Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. I'm sick, so forgive me if that becomes apparent. Where we left off, the party was researching the Beast of Atlia. Some of these endeavors felt relatively fruitless, such as Corvus and Zednius's trip to Ravinium. Other ones maybe yielded some things. Permius, for example, researched dragons. And yeah, I think that's where we'll pick up. So just as a reminder for the players, you were not given a specific amount of time. You were just told that you should gather information on the beast and eventually Cato would contact you. At present, Corvus and Permius are a bit ahead in the timeline of everyone else because they had to travel. So
I was also with Corvus, right?
Yeah. Corvus
Yes.
and Zenius, yeah.
We went to
So
Ravinia.
we're gonna start with Grania and Permius. At the very end of last session, Permius, you were in the process of investigating Western Valerosan dragons, but I had to cut you off for time reasons. But I just wanted to remind you of that because that's where we left off. So, Dota or Permius, or Blake, is there anything you would like to investigate about the Beast of Atlia or anything related to it?
Well, briefly it was mentioned that I could watch an instant replay of shit going down.
Indeed, yeah.
Do I know where I would go?
You do. I'm relatively certain it was mentioned in the meeting. I don't know, though. But the Ecclesiarch of Mithasia, highest ranking religious official, third highest person in the Department of Faith. He is the only cleric in the Empire that has the access to do this. It's a very high level cleric feature. So you'd have to go get in contact with him, but that's easily done because he is basically camped out in the Department of Faith.
Not even a spell, it's just a feature?
It is indeed just a feature, yeah.
Oh, wow, okay.
So yeah, you'd have to book an appointment with the Ecclesiarch, but easily enough done.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Cool. What are you gonna do, Grania?
It sounded like most of the stuff that I already researched kind of just got a little bit of info, but there wasn't much more to get besides that, so I don't really know where else to go from there.
That's fair. I do have a question. I mean, Grania is relatively self-directed at the moment. The party kind of like instantly split into a bunch of pieces. What is Grania good at self-directing? She just hasn't had many times where she's had to do that.
No, probably not. Where she just like, oh, I'll go read books about dragons. All right, well, didn't really find much about that. Guess that's it.
Alrighty. Then Permius, since you know that Grania is still in the city, would you like to? I guess Grania and Maximus are both in the city. Would you like to drag either of them along to the appointment?
Yeah, I'll bring both of them on.
All
And I
right.
doubt it will bear any fruit, but I can always ask the fluttering one if they recognize any sort of fey creature that might like fit the description, since it doesn't quite seem like it's a dragon.
I'll think on that. The three of you make your way to the Ecclesiarch. He was in the room at that big meeting of all the different judges. He was the one who had a very fine holy symbol, like a platinum holy symbol around his neck, and fine robe. He had the brightest glowing eyes you've ever seen. And the two of you, with Maximus in tow, make your way to the Ecclesiarch's office in the Department of Faith. There is a lot of people coming and going. It seems to have grown quite popular. Also, you would know that typically Ecclesiarchs have a church that they operate in, so he's moved himself to the Department of Faith to be easier to access. And eventually you can get your meeting with him. He sits in a room very much like actually neither I was gonna say like Consul Lars Ignia, but I don't think Permius ever even met. Actually no, yeah, he did, because you would have been. It looks a lot like the previous Master of Judge's office. There's a little golden statue of Aurelian Soul. There's a huge amount of religious iconography throughout the office, and as he looks upon you, you guys start to feel like heat, like very, like it looks like the sun, just revealed itself from behind the clouds. Like there's noticeable increase in heat as the cleric looks upon the two of you. And he'll give a nod to you, Primeus, since you have glowing eyes, and he'll say, "Well, are you ready to view the incident?"
Yes, I am.
He stands up and kind of scoots a chair. He gestures towards the middle of the room, and then he opens his palm and he begins to cast illusion spells to recreate what he saw with his powerful clerical abilities. And you can ask any specific details, but I'm just going to describe the general flow. You see a group of judges, about 5 of them, right? Yeah. Let me double check. I think it's 5. You see a group of 5 judges descending into it was 100% 5, descending into a valley, like they're walking into this kind of gorge in the mountainside. There is a cyclops there that is currently eating a human being. And as the 5 judges enter, the cyclops gets afraid. He starts to back away, and then his foot compresses this kind of arcane glyph etched onto the mountainside out of like chalk or something like that. And as he...
Enhance on that glyph.
You what? Oh, enhance on the glyph? Yeah, I mean, so the glyph looks weird when you look at it through this medium, because it's almost like, I mean, you're not a skilled arcanist, you probably need Corvus or something, but it's almost like pieces of the glyph are missing, because like it's not a full circle. There's like chunks that are not visible, and even the parts you can't see are a bit blurry, so it'd be hard to recreate this. So the Cyclops steps backwards, he steps onto the glyph, and as he does so, where there was once nothing, there's this like brief flash of light, and then nothing else happens in that regard. The Cyclops continues to back up, the judges advance, ready to, put down this evil, and then descending, basically like appearing in the place of where that portal was, is like a couple seconds later, is a dragon.
There was a portal?
Yeah, above the glyph, yes, above the glyph. After, like, Cyclops steps on glyph, couple of seconds pass, portal opens above glyph, and dragon emerges.
Do you see anything on the other side of the portal?
Yeah, roll me a perception check, because it's very small. Because he's recreating this in miniature on the floor of the... Yeah, I think... Yeah, you can see a stone floor, and then it's very dark. So, like, the only light in that space is coming from the light of the valley, like the sunlight and all that stuff, and all you can see is about 15 feet of stone floor, and then it, like, fades away into darkness.
Do we...
Yeah?
Oh, am I allowed... Does the Arcanist take questions?
The Ecclesiarch?
Yeah,
sure. He can even pause it. This is just an illusion recreation of his original observation.
Are there any theories on where this portal leads to?
He'll shake his head.
You may continue.
He continues to wind the image forward. And the Cyclops seems as afraid of the dragon as the party, maybe even more so. And the dragon itself is a strange specimen. Everyone has been calling it this, but it is indeed a bronze dragon. Its scales have the glittering quality of bronze. Even parts of the scales are patinaed with age. And almost immediately, before the dragon can even get off the ground, the judges descend. One judge in particular, wielding a massive hammer, begins to beat against the dragon, like splintering scales and all that stuff. Even faced with this, otherworldly, unexplainable creature, the judges try to kill it. And it eventually manages to get up into the air. But even then, they're able to continue to pepper it with injury and things like that. And then... while all this is happening, they kill the Cyclops. That's sort of like a side thing very easily. And then you see the bronze dragon kind of swoop over and then breathe what looks to be something like white hot, like liquid almost, like hot with hotter than fire, not really lightning, but breathes it directly onto one of the judges. The judge, his skin is like scalded, and he kind of slumps backwards, but a moment later he stands up again, his skin like pink, newly regenerated. And the fight kind of just continues like that. It's a pretty brutal like affair. Some judges like try to run and then regroup. Other ones like go in for melee. Other ones use all their abilities. But ultimately, this dragon, person by person, breathes their breath weapon on them or eventually devours them. Most of the judges die via being shoved into the dragon's gullet rather than burned by its breath weapon. And then the very last judge kind of lies there, bleeding out on the ground, and then the dragon strikes her with his breath. He then reaches down a claw and takes away her various, like, small individual pieces of her kit, like, I think her hammer and her shield, and then it flies away.
Most sane dragon behavior right there. Okay. Have we identified a name for whatever it was breathing?
Yes, actually, just yesterday, I believe the alchemists of Mythos have devised a name for it. They call it plasma.
Are other dragon experts aware of the name of this substance, or is this newly discovered entirely?
I don't believe we have any Imperial Dragon experts. As far as I'm aware, it was a word invented to refer to this substance. Is there any detail you'd like to review? And he'll look at Grania as well.
I'll look to Grania because I do have one more thing, but I'll give Grania a chance to.
I'll just shake
Or
your head.
Maximus. Okay. I'd like to go back to that portal.
He rewinds the fight. It's weird to see, these judges kind of run backwards in place, and clearly this ecclesiarch has reviewed this fight hundreds of times, because for an illusion to be this detailed required a great commitment to memory. But yeah, he rewinds it until the point where the Cyclops, kind of stumbles backwards over the glyph, and then a couple of seconds later, a tear opens in space.
The Arcane Circle. What level is it?
So far, the few Arcanists that we've had review it find it nonsensical. It's believed that a more close-up observation will be required.
I see. Is this on par with a gate spell on a glyph of warding?
Uncertain. It seems to open a portal, which would indicate at least magic of the Seventh Circle, but it could certainly be more powerful. Not to mention the fact that, anecdotally, the Master of Judges has already begun to interview members of foothill communities that he's summoned to the capital. Apparently, glyphs, chalk outlines like this are present all throughout the mountains. But clearly they haven't been activated in centuries, or else we would have known about them sooner.
Looking at the rocks, are these similar shapes to, I guess, geographically to when I saw a previous portal to the elemental plane of Earth?
Well, the elemental plane of Earth obviously has quite a bit of variety. But no, it doesn't quite look like that. These are like black slate rocks, which is actually what the whole Atlian Mountains is made of. So it wouldn't be, not all of it, obviously, but most of them. So it wouldn't be entirely out of place for that to just be like a cave somewhere in the Atlian Mountains. Though, obviously, a geologist would probably be able to help you quite a bit more. Not that there's many of those. The Empire has very, very few people of such advanced scientific specialities.
Yeah, I wonder how I'd well, I guess I'd take very detailed notes about the slate rock on the other side of the portal and ask where, like, how that was formed or what they know about it.
Yeah, I mean, you could go in search of a geologist for sure.
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll thank the Ecclesiarch for his time and look for a geologist.
Alrighty. Well, you will head to the Imperial Archives, and from there, you can read through. This takes the better part of essentially a full day to find, to go to that meeting and figure this out. But you will find that in the city of Parla, which is in Transatlia, there is a very small geologists guild with a couple of members that explore the local foothills and mountains. And since Parla is adjacent to the Atlian Mountains, you'll probably have someone there with knowledge of the various strata and rock types in the mountains.
All right. So the slate rock on the other side of the portal looked exactly the same to the...
No, it's not exactly the same. I mean, so any mountain range is going to be made up of all sorts of types of rocks from very long periods. And, in this time period, there's no way, in Mythdosia, there's no way to date the age of rocks. So it's mostly based on aesthetics, which is not a great method of rock analysis. So the most he'll probably be able to tell you is, oh, that looks like this one rock that I saw one time. That's like the level of analysis we're going to get here.
It might just give us a better idea on where the portal leads to, though.
Distinctly possible. Also, if it's other planes, the geologist is going to be completely worthless because there's not a Mythosian alive that's been to another plane and back. Well, specifically to the elemental planes. There have been many Mythosians who have been to Athalorn and back, but or like Craig Galador and back, but not so much the elemental planes.
What's Craig Galador?
Sort of the common understanding of it is as a dark reflection of Athalorn.
Oh.
Like the Deadwood?
No, the Deadwood is just an actual, it's just the Deadwood itself is a actual forest that just exists in the real world. There are parts of the Deadwood that overlap with Athalorn, though. But no, Craig Galador, there are no portals to that place that are easily accessible, because if there were, horrible things would be emerging from it.
Deadwood? Darkwood mentioned? Okay. So
There is believed to be I think 7 or 8 months ago, there was a place in Hathon that had a portal open to Craig Galador, and that was quite bad. They had to quarantine the whole city.
Is it like analogous to a Shadowfell type place?
If you want, yeah.
Grania, does Grania still know Pass Without a Trace?
I never knew that spell, no.
No, we were looking for scrolls, and it was on the list of spells that we wanted.
It's true.
If I recall correctly, Severus is 2. Is that correct? I remember we used it at
Severus
some
could
point.
cast
No,
spells.
it was Renesmee.
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
good spell.
yeah.
Well, I thought we used it in when we were in that Athalorn halfway place. Did we?
You may have gotten a scroll at some point.
Either that, or I believe, what's his name? Tiberius might have been able to.
Oh yeah, Tiberius. Shout out to that guy. Well, speaking of which, Dota, while Primius is trying to dredge up geologist societies, you can speak to the Fluttering One about, was it the dragon you wanted to ask about, or?
Yeah, just if he recognized it to be similar to any fake creature, or
yeah,
just any
so
other players might know it.
The Fluttering One will explain that in Athalorn there are indeed flying lizards that can breathe fire, but most of these things are not like Valerosan dragons. They're typically quite small, for instance, like flying serpents that can breathe fire. The closest thing to a Athaloran dragon would be a Jabberwock.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But the fact that we know what a Jabberwock is and we didn't make that connection means that it's just looks like a dragon.
Indeed. Yeah, those kind of occupy the same area in the ecosystem that a dragon would.
Okay.
I also want to re-message Archmagus Valentine again.
Yeah. The dragon expert of the West.
It's true.
Well, he's the guy who's done a lot of writing on it. The true expert is Vandai Ibn Ogar.
Who's
Everyone
probably not going to
knows.
want to talk to us at all.
Distinctly possible.
If we have a way to reach to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because Ethan isn't here, there's no way it's happening. L plus ratio plus fuck you, Ethan.
Oh no, even if Ethan was here, I don't think it would matter.
L plus ratio plus you're deployed in a war zone.
Jesus.
It's so true,
okay?
though.
It's just true.
Plus, your legs are gonna get blown off. Plus,
No,
fuck
no,
you.
okay.
Too far, okay.
Jesus.
No.
So Jesus.
So what do you send in Valentine?
Smiley emoji.
I just spam him with emotes. Holy shit.
I dropped my bag of dongas. Maybe you should tell him about the Vaporeon.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Well, while you think of your message, I think we can cut back to Corvus and Zednius. So you guys are technically a bit ahead in time, but don't worry about it. I believe that you just left the office of a folklore expert in Ravinium who babbled quite a bit, but I don't think...
Yeah.
I feel like I remember Heiko saying he didn't
That
get
guy was
anything
smoking
useful.
crack, bro. He was an expert on the pipe.
So, do you have any ideas on what to research?
Well, first we want to go back to Mythos, right? Where the rest of the judges are.
Let's see that.
Yeah, probably.
So we can talk to each other about what we found out.
It's gonna be a 2-day ride back from Ravinium, but that'll
Wasn't it
go
a
without-
1-day ride to Phantom Steed?
Oh yeah, true. 'Cause you're resummoning it and shit.
Yep.
Alrighty, then you
I
can
could
ride
make
back
it even
to...
faster. For Zednius was okay with a slight mishap of a few miles in being inside the ground or something. Teleporting.
No.
That would be a really funny, like, rolls the nat one, just to rip, like, 85 sessions of character development on Zednius.
Yeah,
Oh,
I understand.
man.
I wouldn't want to risk it either.
Yeah, 2.5 years of character development gone because of a
Like if
nat
some guy on the
one.
street walked up to me and was like, "Hey, your daily commute to work could be cut in like could be baited seconds, but you have a 1% chance of dying," I'd be like, "Actually, I'll take the tram."
Yeah. That one. Alrighty, so yeah, the two of you guys ride back. Then, Blake, what is your message to Archmagus Valentine through an intermediary?
Change
You can
I
cast
will
sending.
say, I'm so stuck on how to word this. Like,
Yeah.
do you know what plasma is and what dragons are capable of breathing it? Hot-
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never heard of that word in my life. As for types of dragons, blue use lightning, black use choking fog, red use fire.
Last time I talked to him, he only said there were blue and black. He was saying blue and red are the only ones that exist in...
That's true. He's probably read something since then, because there is public tomes that do mention the existence of the black dragons, so probably reviewed his archives and ledgers. Well, as you kind of delve through the archives of Mythos and prepare for your little jaunt to Parla, Corvus and Zednius will return to the inn, which all of you judges have been put up at the expense of the Department of Faith. And we're all caught up now. So, Grania, Corvus, Zednius, and Primius, as the four of you are, each of you is in the dining room of the inn that you're all staying at, and slowly, the four of you get back together, form a little party, powwow. What information would we like to share? What do we think we still need to gain? Or do we have everything we need, and we can just wait for the Master of Judges to send us on a task?
I'm not fully convinced this is a dragon.
Also,
What makes you say so?
Leading dragon experts I've talked to have continuously stated that there's only 3 types of dragons, that being red, black, and blue. Nothing stated has even confirmed the existence of a bronze dragon at any point.
well, that might be true. We have very little knowledge about other planes. It might just be a category of creature we haven't really encountered so far. Research into other planes is dangerous and basically non-existent in modern Mythos, with some small knowledge into Arthaloran, and that's it.
Oh, by the way, Corvus, did you watch the replay of what happened to those judges?
I have not been able to meet with a was it hierarch?
Ecclesiarch.
Ecclesiarch, yeah, no.
The dragon appeared through a gate/portal after the
I believe I know what you're talking about. I have seen that specific rune. The specific thing.
Is there anything about the portal opening that you could identify whether...
I haven't seen the portal itself and in its opening. I'd have to talk to the Ecclesiarch and watch it again. But the runes itself on the ground, I can tell you right away, I could not read those. Not because I'm incapable, but because they were... there was some kind of magic upon them that made them... that intentionally made them undecipherable to divination magic. Whoever wrote these made sure they weren't being read by other people.
It was the same with the replay. Bits of it were missing, yet it's still activated.
Yeah.
My question for you is, I guess, when something walks through a portal, can you identify anything about it aside from the runes that activate it? Like the edges of the portal itself. Does that tell you anything about where it's coming from, or at least what spell it is?
Am I aware of any such research into...
Yeah, so this is not your specialty. This is firmly in the school of conjuration, but roll me an Arcana check. Hey, Grania, roll me an Arcana check as well, because you have a spell that's directly relevant to this.
No. Natural 2?
2.
What?
Okay, Corvus, you're not super familiar, but Grania, your knowledge of this is lived, not academic. You have Misty Step, as well as a number of, a bunch of your Fey Warlock abilities are also miniature forms of teleportation. And a big distinction that you would have, Grania, on these topics is the types of teleports that Corvus talks about, like long distance focused teleportation. That's like a whole different thing to what you do. Because technically, when you I think it's what's your feature that allows you to teleport 60 feet? What's the name of that one?
Misty Escape.
Misty Escape, that sounds right.
Or something Escape, I would say.
Yeah, the way Misty Escape works is for about half a second, you enter into Athaloran, take a single step, and then leave. But it's not like it's not like you could choose to remain in Athelorn. It is a temporary portal that shunts you basically a fixed distance every time and then forces you out again. It's barely even really a portal. It's more like the brief opening of a tunnel to get you that extra distance. And that's all your experience of teleportation. So I think a nuance you'd think of is what Prometheus is describing is very much like a stable, permanent portal that could be, walked through, not like yours where it basically forces you out.
Is this portal, after the dragon came out, remained open? And
it did remain open for several seconds until the dragon was fully exited and even starting to fight. Like, it was a full 6-second iris.
But after that, it just disappeared?
Yeah, it closed naturally on its own.
Cage.
Is there a more advanced form of Speak with Dead?
I don't think so. Not that I know of, off the top of my head.
Are you talking about like
Not
pulling their
unless you have-
soul from the fucking?
Yeah, I was gonna say, not unless you can directly catch their soul at the moment.
Well,
of
there's a
death.
very advanced form of Speak with Dead called Resurrection.
It's true.
Yeah, but you
Or
need a
that.
person
Familiar with that one.
Well, that'd be pretty useful, getting that body for a primary source.
100%, which is why a certain group of judges is going to be tasked with recovering the body once the master of judges has all of his shit sorted.
I guess question, is there any spell like that works where they don't require part of the body or all of them require part of the body?
Oh, no, every single, as far as I know, every resurrection spell, Speak with Dead, etc., all of it requires... Actually, wait, I think there's one that doesn't. I think True Resurrection doesn't care. I think True Resurrection you can just...
Otherwise, it wouldn't work with it as integrate.
Yeah. I think True Resurrection literally requires nothing other than the name or something like that. Something weird like that.
Gotcha.
So yeah, unless
okay, so
either
for True
way-
Resurrection... For True Resurrection, you can only do it if there is no original body, which in this case there is.
Wait, what do you mean?
In True
I thought you could
Resurrection,
also choose.
if there is
I
a
thought with
body,
True
you must
Resurrection,
touch
can
it.
also choose a new body.
Yeah, but if it's been like devoured and fucking broken down. by the
Oh, I
dragon,
guess yeah.
like-
For the 4 judges that were devoured, yeah. But there is one body still at the battle site.
okay.
Yeah.
I see.
But yeah, for those 4, I mean, if they've been eaten and processed, then yeah, you certainly would be able to true resurrect them.
Gotcha.
No, but True Resurrection actually does work with a body. I just checked.
Yeah, it does both.
Either or.
Either or. Unfortunately, no one in the Empire can cast True Resurrection. You'd have to have a scroll for it, which the
No,
Empire
yeah,
does
that's-
have. But
Well, actually, I
the
think
guy
there's
would be
one
able to
person
use
who
it,
might
yeah.
be able to cast it.
you reckon?
He probably had a scroll.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
it's cool.
Emperor.
Oh,
Oh.
well, certainly, but
I'll take it. Yes.
If you can count that as a person.
I
Deity.
mean, he is, of course, God, so of course he can do whatever he wants, but...
Exactly.
Why doesn't
He's
he just
supposed to
kill
go
the
forward
dragon?
way.
Whoa, that's heresy, no.
Hold on, Jesus Christ. That's fucked up, man.
Don't ask why the Emperor doesn't solve all the Empire's problems, okay?
Next you're gonna ask why there's suffering in the world.
Yeah, whoa,
do that here.
whoa.
Interesting. What spells cast as like a more permanent form of teleportation? The only one I could think of.
Well,
off the top of
teleport
my head.
is would fall under the category of what I was describing. Teleport opens a portal for a fixed 6 seconds and then closes. Teleportation circle does as well.
Yeah.
Well, technically it's when you're teleporting between teleport, whatever. Also, gate would work that way.
Yeah,
Gate
that's
is like can be actually permanent. Like it can just open a permanent rift between 2 planes. Plane shift, I think, also opens one for 6 seconds just for yourself. Yeah, all the really high level teleportation spells work in a more... Hell, I think even Dimension Door would fall into this category. Actually, no, because you can't... It can only be on this... Yeah, Dimension Door wouldn't fall. It'd just be teleport, plane shift, gate.
Oh my god.
we
What
have
a
no way
gauge
to-
had from a dragon just dimension dooring 120 feet.
Yeah, that would not...
From
Yeah,
one-
that's much closer to Dota's thing than it is to teleport.
And we have no way to tell from the replay if the spell was... I guess it looked like it activated off the rune, but is there
Yeah.
any way to tell if the dragon had anything to do with it?
I'll put it this way. The bronze dragon did not look like it was talking ever during the fight. Like its mouth never opened in like anything approaching a somatic component. But as I think Corvus said, if these things are from other planes, who the fuck knows how their magic works? I mean, Fae don't have to do somatic components or verb components either. They just are magical. So, who knows?
Okay. Because dragons, from all the ones that we know about in Valeros, do speak.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, they're intelligent. They are like
Capable of speaking.
yeah, they're capable of speaking. They're intelligent. They're not spellcasters though.
I don't know. I'm surprised by.
They're
Okay.
not?
No, red and blue dragons do not cast spells.
That's a lie.
That's the general knowledge.
Yeah.
Well,
Alright, but like even
well,
if they
I guess
didn't speak,
the one dwarf who does know that is like has a 4 intelligence. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that is my understanding as well. Yeah. Most interactions with red and blue dragons are with the younger ones because that's the thing that most people survive, and those ones are very their personalities are generally described as quite friendly, but they are very violent and they can't cast spells.
Galadad casts spells.
Who?
Or
No,
fucking-
Galadon. Yeah, you're right. He did, but
Yeah.
none of the people who survived that fight are very talkative.
Yeah.
So for now we're assuming basically that this dragon is possibly capable of spellcasting, but has shown no signs of high intelligence to a point that other dragons are supposed to.
There's
And
nothing that shows that it was a spellcaster, because all we know is that it
Yeah.
came through a portal activated from a rune.
yeah, the folklore research that we looked into basically yielded us nothing. I don't know. I was supposed to.
I watched the one off Alex. There's something you're not telling us. You sneaky bitch.
Oh man. Well, if you guys can't think of anything else to research, you can always wait until Kato pokes you.
Oh,
There's something we're missing though.
here's the thing.
Echo. Last week you were asking about a full list of encounters in the Atlian Mountains, which had not been compiled when at that date, but you guys have advanced past the 12th, so there is actually a list posted in the Department of Civility that includes all extinct creatures thus far encountered by Imperial judges and legionnaires in the Atlian foothills.
Okay. I'll wanna go and retrieve a copy of that then.
Alrighty. Would you like me to type out the list while I say it?
Yes, please.
All right. So some of these are going to be creatures that exist in Valeros. They're just extinct in these particular mountains. Other ones are going to be creatures that literally just don't exist. Like these have never been encountered before. So I'll send the extinct creatures first. Find the list. Ah, there it is. All right, there you go. Those are the 5 types of native creatures. Oh, and then one more.
An Ankeg.
An Ankeg is like a. So in the West, they're actually really like bad. Like they're endemic. But over here, in specifically in Atlia, they've been exterminated. They are basically ants with acid breath that can grow as big as dragons.
They Tyranids.
I mean, they're less varied than Tyranids, but
I don't know what a Tyranid is.
that's fine. But yeah, those are all the species. Those are all the native Valerosan species. Like they once lived there, then they were exterminated. Now they're being seen again on the regular. And then as unexplained creatures is the Beast of Alia, of course. And then a giant ox, like 40 feet tall. Strange humanoids, strange elementals. Strange humanoids and strange elementals both include a variety of different encounters. Like under strange elementals, for instance, one of them is from a legionary patrol who about 3 weeks ago was patrolling west of Parla, and they reported seeing a ball of lightning running across like the sky and then descending, burnt, like singeing the tops of trees around them, and then the ball of lightning went back up into the mountains. It's like the weirdest experience they'd had in their entire life. It was like a sentient ball of lightning. Yeah. Oh, and then for the humanoids, so far nothing living has been encountered, but a Atlian Ranger, which is the organization tasked with exterminating all the monsters from the mountains like centuries ago. One of them, about a week ago, carried a body down the slopes to Parla. It was a like red and black skinned humanoid with kind of like fleshy armor that like grew out of its body. And had died with like severe axe damage to the chest. The killer had not been, like, it wasn't done by the ranger. The ranger found the corpse of this humanoid.
And he didn't know who'd killed it.
No, had no idea. Couldn't find the person. But the body is currently interned, and like there are specimen of a lot of these things. Like ogre corpses are in Parla. The strange humanoids in Parla. Oh, the giant ox. It's the biggest ox that the patrol of legionnaires had ever seen. 40 feet tall. I mean, like that's taller than a hill giant. That's taller than that's bigger, way bigger than a dragon. Like infinitely bigger than a dragon. That is
wait. Just to make sure, we're talking on all fours, right?
Oh yeah, on all fours at the shoulder.
It's not an
ox
a 40
that
foot
just
tall
decided
ox. To walk.
No. It's a 40-foot tall ox at the shoulder. Yeah.
That's gotta be meat for weeks.
That is certainly a way of looking at it. Yeah. So that's the general list of creatures that have thus far been spotted throughout the mountains post the screen, which is generally the cutoff point.
These have... So, all of these were considered extinct.
Oh no, the Beast of Atlian Lower are completely alien.
Yeah, but all of the others were considered extinct. But did they have a common a point of origin?
Well, no. Basically, so the general origins of some of these things are like guessed upon. Like giants are all believed to be not from Valeros; they're believed to be from other planes. But ogres, cyclops, dire bears, onkegs, mountain lions, basilisks, these are arguably not even monsters because they're just creatures, like they're part of the ecosystem. However, it was determined that because of the level of like human predation that these species do, they needed to be eradicated. And so that was carried out. But they exist in almost every other region of Valeros. Like mountain lions is included on that list. Mountain lion is just a cat, bro. But it was determined, they were determined to be too violent, and so they were eradicated. So the only thing they all share is that they exist in other parts of Valeros, but they were exterminated here. Like notably, something that isn't on that list, there was an Atlian rock, which is a giant fucking bird. And that hasn't showed up again. There hasn't been a rock in the mountains. So there are some extinct species that seem to be unique to the Atlian Mountains. None of those have reappeared.
Weird. I feel like we're not gonna get much more info about this without going into the field and researching ourselves. Or questioning the people who have been in the field, which are dead.
There was one more. Well, I guess. Never mind. The questions I have can only be answered by like an expert on different planes, and I don't think that person exists.
I mean, there are people who have been to other planes, but yeah.
Their name is Vondi Algar.
No, there are other folks. I mean, so there's I think his name's Hylius. There's an Archmage in the Delian League who's been to another plane as well. He was kidnapped by it was a long story, but yeah, there are other people who've been to other planes, but experts don't really exist because it's just so fucking unbelievably dangerous. And it's incredibly gate-kept because of a level of magic.
So, I mean, I'm just gonna cross off where I think it possibly could have came from.
Sure.
So, I don't think it came from plane of water or air. Just
Why?
because
How can we exclude these? We have no knowledge about them.
this is me guessing, not me saying for sure. I'm thinking out loud here. I don't think it's either of those two because I think the creatures from those planes would replicate more of the element that is seen within those planes. I don't see a bronze dragon shooting electricity or anything else.
No, we see it shooting plasma. We don't even know what that is.
It's well, it's very hot, and I don't think that wind or water is a very hot element.
Well, if you determine what plane
lightning
it's
is
from,
very hot.
if you determine which plane it's from, does that help you in a specific way?
No, I'm just thinking out loud. Then why isn't it a blue dragon, Corvus?
That may live wrong.
Fuck, I know. Maybe some idiot painted its scales.
Right. I mean, so some
It's
things
just
that you
as plausible.
some things you could do, like to try to make this easier on yourselves, is think about like, well, what type of damage does plasma do? Because if it's still fire, then potions of fire resistance, stuff like that. You could also think about what skills you have as a party. Like, okay, if we had to fight this thing tomorrow, what like environment would we want to fight it in? Like, what most benefits? Like, maybe try to get like think of how could you position this thing in a way where Zednius's orb could, rend it to shreds.
Well,
Because ultimately,
I think
this is
probably
all.
flies, so we want to fight it somewhere indoors, presumably.
All right.
as
Well,
much
it's
as I
limited in its
don't want to
movement.
say it, I think that this is going to be so weird to say. I think it's distinctly possible that it's from here. One, because the slate rock on the other side of the portal looked pretty similar, but also it took the judge's hammer and shield, meaning it's either starting or has a horde somewhere.
That is accurate
Wait.
analysis.
You said it took the hammer and shield?
It did, yeah.
It did.
Oh, can we
But the-
locate object?
Yeah, I
those?
was gonna say, could we?
If you recover, so kind of. So there have been attempts to scry the other judges' corpses, and they've all failed. There hasn't been an attempt to scry pieces of their equipment, but that's because none of the people attempting to scry have been familiar with them. So, oh, you've met Mother Plution. You
Yeah.
could certainly try to scry on that hammer then, because it's a. Let me go check her
Well,
sheet. I think it's like a
Can you
unique.
scry on objects?
100%, yeah. Can't you? Wait.
It's like
our
it doesn't say it's on the skill description.
Oh,
at
I'm
all.
used to like locate object. You're right. I think scrying only works on creatures.
Yes. All places
Yeah.
you've been to, like places.
Okay,
you
I know there are divination spells for objects, but I guess scrying isn't one of them.
Well, I guess
Brutal.
that's, since it's so late at night, I guess that's the first thing we do tomorrow is trying to divinate where those
I
items
just don't think
were.
you can.
Yeah, I don't think we.
Because her hammer, which it is a unique item, like her axe, not hammer. Her axe is a unique magical item, but it's not legend lore worthy, and scrying doesn't work. That's interesting. I'm so used to items being easily locatable via like locate object and shit. Wait, no. Can't you scry on like? Oh, I was gonna say, can't you scry on like a coin or something? But you're still scrying on the person. You're just using the coin to make the scrying more successful. Like it reduces their save. That's so interesting.
Well. If it isn't Ethan who is my friend.
Okay.
Hi, Blake.
Oh, also daylight savings happened, so I've been going for an hour. Yeah, I think yeah, I don't think we can scry on specifically the axe itself. Either way, I think that's the general line of questioning you'd want to do, which is to figure out like how we can get combat
you can
advantage.
Scry on a
This is
place
not...
that you've seen before, right?
Yeah.
So, wouldn't that make it plausible that we could scry on the other side of the portal because we've seen that place before?
You've seen the
Wouldn't it be
illusion.
possible? Yeah, I mean, yeah, one, you've seen that. Also, it was only like, that's way too indistinct. You saw like 15 feet of stone floor, not like anything else about the space. That could be 1,000 places in the mountains. Well,
What about the dragon itself?
What about the dragon itself?
You have seen it in the vision.
You can try to scry on it if you want. That's a
But
pretty
it was
distinct
protected
creature.
it was protected from divination, I believe, right?
Yes, all attempts to scry on the dragon and the other judges has failed.
But what makes
But you could always
something-
scry and see what type of failure it is.
What's the reason you wouldn't be able to scry on someone you know intimately?
1,000 different reasons. Could be because they're on another plane, because scrying itself, I think, is plane limited. Could be because someone's wearing a ring of mind shielding. Could be because they're in an area that's guarded by like a spell, like guards and wards or something like that. Could be because
Yeah, amulet of non-detection. There's plenty of ways you can protect yourself from scrying.
could be that they passed the save and they just don't want to be looked at the time.
It could be they're in a tiny hut.
Could be they're in a tiny hut. Yeah, any extra dimensional space would also fuck it up.
Well, tiny hut is an extra dimensional.
You're right, I guess not tiny hut, but I think tiny hut does prevent
Yeah.
scrying. But
Yes.
yeah, so there's like as many reasons under the sun, but most scryings will reveal which of those it is, because there's distinct differences in how it feels when these things happen. Like if they're on another plane, you'll look and just find nothing. Like there will never even be a connection. But if the connection is fuzzy or the connection attaches and then breaks, you know, it never tells you exactly what it is, but it can give you general ideas.
I guess another thing to research would be like how previous groups of people have killed dragons before.
Well, there is
that's
many
like,
stories on that.
Is there any like probable ones though?
I mean, there are Mythosian ones.
And Mythosian
Yeah.
ones.
Well,
I
let
can
me
also
tell you
make up a
about.
fairy tale.
Let me tell you about the great Saint Pelinal Elfsbane, okay? Because his second greatest achievement, on top of the mass genocide of every elf that he met during his life, would be the Battle of Sancramundi, which is where he defeated an elven dragon lord. And in that story, he plunged his blade into the silver dragon and split it down the center of its body with a single stroke, and then decapitated its rider.
The story
Yeah.
was about a silver dragon?
Yeah. Yeah, the ancient Mythosian stories of dragons are highly varied. They talk about all sorts of shit.
But
There's
there's no
silver
ancient mythology
dragons
stories
and
about bronze dragons.
I mean, yeah, these ancient stories include basically every shade. There's prismatic dragons, there's silver, bronze, black, red, blue, purple, green.
Wait, but
white.
I thought the guy I talked to, he told me that
It's 'cause
the
this
ancient
is
stories
not-
were-
These are not like ancient Mythosian. These are not like proto-Mythosian archaeological stories. These things are all dated back to the days of the Elven Empire. Like that's when Pelinal was doing his stuff. So from a scholarly perspective, this shit is worthless. Because it's stories that were told thousands of years after the fact about a guy who no one even knows if he actually existed. Now, from a religious perspective, this all happened because it was revealed to people via divine revelation. But, I mean, no person alive or even going back to before the Shattering has ever seen any of the dragons mentioned in the stories. Whereas red and blue dragons very much guaranteed to exist. Like, just to give you a timeline, it is currently the year 1280. The stories that you were being told date from around, like, the proto-Mythosian ones that the professor was telling you about. Those are, like, 1,200 years old from around the time of the Shattering, maybe a bit afterward. The story of Pelennor Elfsbane is 3,000 to 4,000 to 5,000 years before the Shattering ever even happened. So... Well, can we think of any other topics related to the Beast of Atlia we'd like to research?
No, we give up.
We give up?
Not immediately, no. I can't think of anything else.
That's fine. I mean, we discovered some stuff. Do you want to buy any, like, potions of fire resistance or anything?
We're at Plasma. I wanna research Plasma. I wanna talk to the alchemists who gave it a name.
Easy enough. Yeah, you can, the five of you guys can make your way, or at least Corvus can, make your way to the Alchemical Guild of Mithdosica. This is one of the few artificer institutions in the Empire. And yeah, you can book a meeting with the chief pyromancer of the guild. And eventually, you find yourself in a concerning workshop. The workshop, you can see open flames burning with gas, with vials atop them. You can see papers within like 6 inches of open flames. It's a concerning space, but you also see cabinets filled with all manner of like copper powders and things like that. Pyrite, all sorts of other collections, and the pyromancer is in the process of cleaning up his space when like an attendant guides you into the room, and he'll turn and kind of give a deep bow and say, greetings, Lord Judges. Just one moment, and he walks over and snuffs a candle which was burning near a piece of paper.
So, you're the lead pyromancer, you're the highest expert we have on this.
I accept the title with immense grace, yes.
So, you must be thrilled to have discovered something for your own, make your mark on the world, you know? People might not remember everything you do, but they'll definitely remember you inventing or coming up with a new name for or new property of something. Plasma.
That is the hope, yes.
What can you tell me about it?
Well, I've watched the illusion provided by the Ecclesiarch a dozen times or more, and it doesn't behave like traditional fire, because fire isn't a substance, it's not a thing, it's a reaction. And even things like napalm and other things like this, they're a medium to convey this reaction, but the substance deployed by this beast, it's unique. It's almost liquid. If you look at the way when he incinerated that one judge, the Mother Plusian, the liquid kind of spilled out into a circular shape, oozing with a viscosity to it, and it just burned everything present. And the air itself seemed to ionize, almost like lightning, but this was no lightning, of course. Everything about it puts it in a unique category. It's not fire, it's not lightning, it's something of its own.
Indeed.
And it seemed capable of almost instantaneously obliterating anything it interacts with.
Would you categorize it as something in the realm of fire, or would you say it's more akin to the realm of lightning then? You see, I'm trying to find a way, because of course, as you know, we judges are supposed to take care of this beast of Atlia. So I'd like to be able to protect myself and my allies. And to do that, I would really like to be able to know how would I best resist such a thing. Would fire resistance, lightning resistance, perhaps radiant resistance do the trick?
Well, if I had to think of what it's most closely associated with, I suppose I would say lightning. As I said, the air around the edge of the breath, it had this bluish tinge to it, almost purple, very similar to what we can see when we replay lightning illusions in slow motion. So I would say, yes, it's closer to lightning than any other substance.
I see. That's great information, thank you.
Glad it was helpful, Lord Judge.
Would you have any idea how, if there was a way to, whether there was a way to artificially create this plasma?
I've never encountered it in any of my experience. We can't get things hot enough to do that. If we did, it would melt its containment and escape.
What about if you had a magical containment that was made to hold?
Well, unfortunately, we are not as talented as the Dawi. We've not constructed anything quite like that.
What I mean is, how much time do you think something would need to heat up to that degree?
Using traditional burning methods, I've no idea. Again, we'd never even attempted it.
Well, I would like... do you think it would be feasible to attempt it with my help? I can temporarily create an array of invincible force fields that should be able to serve as a container for heating something up.
How long is temporary?
10 minutes. That's
And
the
the force
question.
fields convey heat?
No.
I could devise an experiment, but I would need a couple of weeks to test various substances. We'd need a very short-term, incredibly hot reaction. We don't test with these things because, in many cases, you would burn a hole through your crucible before you reach your temperature. Maybe longer than a couple of weeks, depending on how many crucibles I explode.
I see. Well, if you find anything, then please get back to me.
Well, there's been very exciting research conducted by our foes in Tabrash. Old Dorvish ruins have been rediscovered in the foothills of the Serpent Spine Mountains. If anyone had such abilities, it would have been the old dwarves.
Sorry, where exactly?
The foothills of the Serpent Spines. The Serpent Spines are the mountains which basically form the separation between northeastern Valeros and southeastern Valeros. And he's saying somewhere in the foothills of these mountains.
So far. How is it even possible to travel there, and how long will it take?
Well, it would be through about... I mean, it wouldn't take that long. It would be
With a
through...
ship, probably to...
Yeah,
What's
so
the Delian League?
the Delian League is like Goderluca and the rest of it. So yeah, you could take a boat to like Goderluca. It would take you like 10 days, I think. Yeah, give or 11 days, give or take 5 days. But he did say the research was being conducted by your foes, meaning the son of the dragon. So that'd
Well,
mean
we
it's
could-
on the Tabrashan side.
Well, but we could probably... Could we sneak in there? Oh, no.
You could try. I mean, hostile
What do
territory
you
is
think
not
of
possible to
heisting
get
a
through.
dig site?
Yeah.
Deep in hostile territory?
Also, those mountains are not abandoned. Unlike the Atlian Mountains, which are, highly pacified, or at least supposed to be highly pacified, those mountains are believed to be the home to an entire Dwarvish civilization. They're highly reclusive, but, highly, highly reclusive. No one's seen them in over a century, but, they are there, is the belief. Well, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking this is not a worthwhile lead that we can afford following up. And I'm thinking that anything else is pretty much, unless any of the other judges find more information, the best guess we have is lightning resistance might help, and well, anything else we might have to find out in person.
I mean, hey, lightning resistance. If you can reduce the incoming damage of the beast by half, that's quite good.
That's gigantic, yes.
Yeah.
And it didn't seem like any of the attacks made by the judges hurt the dragon.
No, they did. The dragon was like bloodied. Parts of its scales were being like chipped off and broken and shit. It was bleeding.
But you said it was regenerating, or the judges were regenerating?
The judges were regenerating.
So it seemed like the judges were close to killing it. That's what you're saying, basically.
Conceivably, yeah.
Okay.
It certainly wasn't like a one-sided slaughter. The judges put up a very good fight for the first 3 quarters. The last quarter was grim, but the first 3 quarters was looking pretty good. Because the last quarter of the fight was just it like using its claws to batter someone to the ground and then shoving them into its mouth.
Okay.
Rough.
Whenever you
Yeah.
create that force field you were talking about, how does that work in terms of like defensive capabilities?
Well, with Wall of Force, like, it's limited in its dimensions. Let me check.
'Cause, like if
20,
if lightning resistance doesn't work and it
60
shoots that
feet
stuff at
long, 20 feet high. Ringed wall up to 20 feet in diameter, and 20 feet high. It's a foot thick. This is Wall of Fire. I'm an idiot.
Dodge.
I clicked the wrong wall
the
of
wrong wall.
This is, in fact,
So what I'm basically trying to find out is that if lightning resistance doesn't work, it's like, do we have any way to defend against it, or is it just like if he chooses to breathe
yeah, I
on wood?
have 10 by 10 foot by 10 foot panels.
Panels,
that I
how many
could-
panels?
Yeah, now it can't be cast as a reaction, but
No, it's an action.
Oh.
Yeah,
It
it's
requires
only an action.
concentration.
yeah.
And it's 120 feet range, but there's no saving throw if I put
Yeah,
it around
it
an
just
enemy.
works. Yeah.
However, I
already
think this thing's too
confirm-
large.
When we talked
But
about it, that Harkon said as long as we can get it inside of this, like if we polymorph first and then activate the cage, as long as it's inside the cage whenever it turns back into a dragon, it'll basically just kill itself because it just won't have the
Yes.
space.
True.
I believe that's not a bad idea.
But the question is how
Um,
many resistances and/or possible spells does it have that will prevent us from doing so?
Well, I
Yes.
think from experience, we expect at least 2 resistances, right? Something on this power level, maybe
I've never
3.
fought a dragon.
Well, yeah, but enemies at a high level with strong innate magic resistance, we expect to be able to basically shrug off at least like 2 spells, right?
So the question is, because I only get 1 polymorph cast, that's it. If it fails, that's all I have.
Oh, you don't get to use your spell slots for it, only your special feature.
Yeah. So I have it from it's this one.
What a horrifying thing to call polymorph. Sculptor of Flesh. Jesus Christ. That's the name I'd give to that spell.
It's because it got to go with the warlock theme. You know, it's not a wizard.
True. It's true.
So yeah, we'd have to burn off its resistances and then hope it doesn't have. We're basically just praying that it can't actually cast spells, because if it does, then it just has shit like counterspell or any other like higher level version of that. It's just like, well, GG. We just have to hope we can beat it down at that point.
Is there any? Do we have anything that could temporarily increase Grania's spell save? I don't know, like how to suggest spell save in game.
Yeah.
But,
Heighten her magical
Boost my magical
ability.
abilities, yeah.
yeah.
Temporary heightening of magical ability. True.
There's maybe
There's gotta be a
potions
drug
that
for
could
that,
do
right?
that.
Yeah, when I do Fent, it heightens my magical abilities.
Actually, Grania, with the source of
Uh.
your, what exactly is the source of your power?
Uh-oh.
Monka.
Well, we kind of already
She's-
know.
It's true. I mean, everyone here. Yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah,
Primus
but
was the
what,
only one that didn't
what
know a lot.
exactly is it?
What do you mean?
I'm not trying to like get you for anything. I'm
Just
asking.
randomly being
I'm asking if it's an entity. Could you temporarily persuade that entity to temporarily grant you more power?
She's gonna seem very uncomfortable at the question, and we're just refuse to answer it altogether.
Does
Okay.
Aura of Protection increase spell save DC or just saving throws?
Just saving throws.
No,
I'm
it's-
gonna,
that would be absurd.
Listening in, I'm gonna touch my sword and ask Hetman Ariel
He's
if
touching
that's
his
a
sword?
possible thing.
And
What are you gonna ask him?
Is it possible to
Is
get
it venom?
a moment of greater strength on request?
Greater strength can
Something
always be
pretty good.
pulled from within inside oneself. Determination and victory is the ultimate pursuit of power.
So true, bestie.
You with the it's
bestie.
been inside you all along.
Venom.
Let's go even further beyond.
So,
Idiot.
wait, oh fuck, I almost called him Rock Talk Vashun. Fuck. What's his name? It's
Oh my god, he forgot the name of his god.
It's only been months.
Months.
Oh no.
His name
Was
is
it-
obviously
Like
The
Matt
bozo.
Henry or something.
There's
Without
Het
the-
Hagald and
Banish him
there's
to a realm
Thor
beyond comprehension.
Vishal or some shit.
Oh my god, it's Het Hagal. Het Menariel is your
Het
current
Hagal.
weapon. And
Yeah.
Tel
And then
Karel.
it's like Tel Karel, yeah.
Oh my god.
Would Tel Karel ever grant more power?
Tel Karel
Has
grants
he ever done
exactly as
so?
much strength as is required.
Okay. I'm gonna take the hand off the sword.
As you
Okay.
be like, as your grip begins to loosen, he says, "Wait, I need to," and then you take your hand.
Back to the Shadow Realm.
Thadiga doesn't have telepathy, can't permanently aggravate you. Well,
That must be like so much harder to fight if you're like using the sword the whole time and he's just sitting
okay.
there. Like,
Yeah. I'm sure it's
True.
gonna come up.
well,
This
lightning
Oh.
resistance.
thing is fucked. All we know is it might be lightning damage, and it
Don't
can't
know
be
if that's
sprayed
spellcasting
upon.
ball
and-
capabilities.
Did you guys try and look
I
for...
think the only thing we can do at this point is go and research in person.
What are you saying, Ethan?
Did you guys go and look for creatures that might have, like, fire spewing abilities similar to this? I think it was the thing... the thing I mentioned I wanted- okay. Even outside of the dragon family?
Yeah, the Mythosian, the pyromancer they were talking to, classified it under a whole new type of thing, calling it plasma, because he doesn't even think it's fire, fundamentally.
Unfortunate.
It is indeed unfortunate. Do you have any methods of acquiring lightning resistance?
We're gonna have to go to the... Is that the Department of Magic or Department of... No, Department of Magic. Healing potions are Department of Faith.
Indeed.
So we'll have to ask to requisition some potions of lightning resistance.
Well, luckily for you, the fact that
All the other...
if it
all
is
the other
magic,
proposals thought it was fire.
basically, yeah. I mean, essentially, there's a lot of debate on what this breath even is. So there is no universal agreement that, oh, this is clearly lightning resistance. And to be clear, it may not be. This may just be fire, and you have a rough time. But dragons are generally believed to breathe fire because of, red dragons. So yeah, most of the fire resistance potions are sold out. But when you head to the Department of Magic, the Great Department of Magic, you can find lightning potions of resistance on sale for a measly, let me check my price fixing document.
10,000 gold.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just a potion. What could it cost? 10,000 gold?
I'm sure it's not that. Price fixing. Let me find it. Okay, found the document. Now I need to find the particular entry.
Just hardware with 5 gold now.
Nope. It is 100 gold per potion.
Okay, how long does one potion
$100,000
last?
for a singular.
How
That's a
long
great
does one
question.
last?
Potion. I think it's an hour.
It locks and
It is an hour.
lasts as
Yeah.
long as it needs.
Yeah, 1 hour.
Okay, so Max. I'm joking.
Smith I mean, he's not broke, but like.
Well, no, yes, I'm not broke, but my wallet is much thinner than it once was.
I'll
Yeah.
buy one of those
Okay, cool.
for myself.
I'll buy one too.
Alrighty. I mean, you only theoretically need one per person just to win the fight, Lamar.
I'll also buy
Surviving
one.
resistance.
Alrighty, minus
Minus
100
I'll
100
look.
gold.
I'll look to Grania. Grania, would you like one?
She'll sign. Probably a good idea.
Nah, I'll buy her one too.
Alrighty.
How much gold was
Buys
it?
a 3.
100.
100.
I don't have that.
Only you
I
had someone you
die.
could reach out to.
Rip Bozo.
Was that
No, if Zednia says he doesn't have any money, I'll offer to buy one for him.
Wow. Very
I'll
kind.
accept that offer. Yeah.
I'll
He will
remove the
make a
gold from my
good
sheet.
use
You add
for
the potion to your
Republic.
sheet.
Ocean.
And
It's lightning resist.
Lightning resistance,
Yes.
yeah. They also have a ring of lightning resistance, but I didn't even mention it because it's like outside of your
how many
budget.
thousands?
4,800.
Interesting.
I just so much. You guys it's just so much, guys.
What are we bringing
is.
credit to Valorous?
You're gonna fucking Klarna afterpay your fucking resistance.
Guys, can I pay this with a 30-day?
Yeah, fucking
Later.
25% APR loan to buy a fucking. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Sorry.
Can I pay this for
Probably
the next
not.
2,000 years for 20 gold a week?
But you see,
Yeah.
you get your gold eventually, and you make some extra, so it's worth it.
So true. Well, sounds like we're just waiting for Kato to give us the go-ahead to head into the mountains then, right?
Well,
Um,
before that,
We wanted
We
the
want-
scrolls, right? Did we get those?
Didn't we already
They're not
buy
on my
those?
sheet. They're not on my sheet.
I don't know if we bought all the scrolls we wanted, but also that's because there was price reasons for that.
I know I
I
certainly
think we
bought
said
some
we were gonna
scrolls.
buy them, and we left and waited, and now we came back. I don't think we bought them yet.
I most certainly
Alex,
bought
can
some.
you
Okay.
can you add it to my sheet? The iPad.
Oh, the
is
lightning
being-
resistance? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I see I see if I look in our Pax chat, I see like a list of all the scrolls. I even priced them out. Maybe we didn't buy them though.
Well, the ones I bought, I straight up just transferred into my spell book, so they're not on my sheet
Alrighty.
because I consumed them.
Well, I wanted I don't know if we bought them good, but they're not on anyone's sheet, right? Like
I
the
mean, if they're
Pass
not on
Without
anyone's
Trace.
sheet, you don't have them. So,
Yeah,
Right.
that's a rip bozo.
does anyone have any scrolls on their sheet?
Nope.
Way up.
'Cause we
Sounds like we didn't buy them then.
Okay.
I mean, we have Pass Without a Trace listed for 100 gold. Enlarge Reduce for 100 gold. Knock. I'm not sure what you're trying to buy though. Slow for 800 gold.
Oh, it reminds me, I wanted to grab the I wanted to buy the materials for Find Familiar.
Oh yeah, that's like I don't remember what the material is. It like clay?
It's
Oh, charcoal, incense,
10
and herbs.
gold worth of cards. Yeah, it must be for a brass brazier.
Cool.
Which I'm sure that if I ask the Department of Magic, they have a place where they have one that I can
Most certainly.
temporarily use, right?
Yeah, of course.
Um,
Also, this is, a city dedicated to the god of fire, so hell, you could find a brass brazier in the middle of the street.
yeah, in that case,
Um,
I'll spend those 10 gold.
Okay, yeah, you can
Or the
add
5.
you can add those to your sheet.
10, right?
Okay.
10.
Well, we're waiting for Kato. He's not going to take that long, so we won't have time to get a long rest, but we'll get a short rest in for... Actually, no, you guys are all fine. You don't need to... We're going to take a quick 5-minute break for me to go get some more tea, because my throat is scratchy. So we'll be right back. Welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. So we're waiting for. Oh yeah, we got lightning potions. We got Kato. Yeah. So a couple days are gonna pass before Kato calls upon you, but he is gonna call upon you. So it's not enough for a long rest. Is there anything we'd like to do in the next 2 days? Could be anything. Shopping trips, last rites.
How much is a pass without trace spell?
100 gold pieces.
He said last
100?
rites?
I did, yeah. 100, yeah.
Maximus.
We
said this would be good for the party, right? We said getting pass without trace.
How much was it again?
It was 100.
Oh. Oh, was that it? Yeah, go for it.
Okay. What about enlarge reduce? Also 100.
Can I be the one that gets enlarged / well, just mostly enlarged?
Either that or reduce the dragon.
Wait, actually, Maximus, I'm not sure you
Oh.
can be the one who is enlarged, actually. Because you might break Mickey's back.
I'd get off
We're in the
Mickey.
middle of a fight.
Well, yeah, true. You probably.
Scourge Radon moment. Let's fucking go.
Just someone would have to warn me before they cast it.
Actually, now I'm thinking, how the fuck are we gonna deal with Mickey in this? Like, if Mickey goes against this thing, he's toast.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on, like,
Yeah, but aren't you
bringing him
significantly
into the
weaker without
cave.
him?
I mean, isn't any person ever weaker without their horse?
It's true.
In fact, well, yeah, but there's a significance. Like, I'm slightly weaker, slightly slower without a horse, but I don't rely upon my horse as much as you do, right?
I guess not. I mean, in all reality, most of my abilities revolve around not being, like, dismounted or being able to mount quickly, and I just have a saddle that does that for me.
I guess.
I can also bring a random bozo horse.
I
'Cause you're
was gonna
probably
say
right.
I could summon like a phantom horse. For
You would cheat on Mickey like that?
Where you can summon a
have to know,
phantom
like-
horse?
I can summon a phantom horse that lasts for an hour and is faster than a regular horse.
I could summon you a
shit.
flying horse.
What do they call that shit? Where you gotta concentrate on, you can't do other shit. Is it one of them things?
No.
Oh. That'd be convenient.
Huh? Wait, how does Find Greater Steed last?
All fine seed spells just last until the creature's dead.
Oh, I have a better option, actually.
Well,
Do
are
you
you gonna
now?
need to ride your greater steed?
No, giving Maximus the flying horse.
That might actually be a really good idea.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I could summon you a flying horse, or a dire wolf, which is a lot faster. Or a saber-tooth tiger.
A flying horse, you say?
Yeah, a Pegasus, it's called. Or a griffin.
I like that whole flying horse idea.
Are you sure? Have you ever flown before? Can you handle the altitude?
I mean, I've been to mountains before, and I don't really intend on flying over them. Is it any higher than that?
It's as high as you want it
Suppose
to
not.
be.
Besides, you do forget something. I am literally incapable of being unsaddled unless I want to. What would I
It's
have
not
to
about
worry
that.
about?
It's just about, I don't know if you have fear of heights.
I mean, I don't think so. I suppose I've never really been up all that high before. But even if I did, again, I literally cannot fall off. I'm in no more danger,
Well-
2,000 feet up on the saddle than I am down here on the saddle.
That's not the danger. The danger is you being 2,000 feet up and the horse dying.
I just won't go 2,000 feet up.
I was gonna say, going 2,000 feet up doesn't seem like the greatest idea, considering the rest of us are kinda still relying on being near the ground.
Oh, what's that there spell that makes you fall like a feather?
Feather falling?
Featherfall.
Yeah, that
No,
one.
I don't think.
I could go. What trapezoid of magic is that?
Based.
No,
Well-
it's the simplest one. It's first.
Oh, perfect.
I have
I'm
it
gonna
ready
go
in
buy
most cases, just if it.
I'm gonna
I
go
guess
buy a potion of that.
A
I don't
potion.
know if they sell potions.
Are you
like
gonna have
that.
enough time to pull out a potion and drink it while you're falling?
They do sell scrolls of it.
Pre-medding?
A scroll of it? Oh,
Yeah, no, I will say
go.
you need to have it in your hand to use it as a reaction. Though if you're 2,000 feet up, that'd give you plenty of time to take out a.
Yeah, but as he pulls it out,
sort
just
of-
to make a check that it doesn't blow out of his
Oh,
hand.
I feel like 2,000
True.
feet falling is faster than you think.
It is faster, but you'd still have time to take out the scroll and then reaction use it. Yeah, I mean you could buy a scroll. I don't think there's a potion of it though.
Nah, whatever.
You can
Yeah,
buy a potion of gaseous form, then you literally can't take fall damage.
That
That's
works.
a way better idea.
Yeah,
Because
1,000
a
gold.
potion is Wait, what?
1,000 gold.
Yeah, fat psych. Scroll of Featherfall.
That's 100 gold. Wait, no, I think it's less actually. Let me go find it. It's a
I was
ritual
about to say,
first
aren't
level.
level 2 spells
gold.
100 gold? Whoa. I'm gonna buy like 3 of them bitches.
Jolly moly.
No, you know what? Fuck it, 5. I got
Jolly
5.
moly.
Are you sure that this is a wise investment of your money?
There's 50 gold.
Bold of you to say that after
Only
you spent
50
most of his
grand.
money that wasn't yours.
Huh?
I was saying to Hecko, he's like, hey, is that a wise investment of your money? Meanwhile, he's been taking all your money.
You did. Oh, wait! There is no way you just berated me for wise investments of my money.
He forgore. What's his fault? He forgore.
For gore.
That was a momentary lapse of judgment.
I do not wish to hear it.
It was only like what, 700 gold, 300 gold, something like it. It's whatever.
I know how much I have on my sheet.
Okay. Well, you get those, and after 2 days of huts in about the capital. Actually, I'm curious. In these 2 days of downtime, I know what Corvus is up to. He's pondering his orb and his little scrolls and shit.
Since
What-
well,
Yeah.
since this lasts as long as we want, do you want to try it out, Maximus?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Let me go get my saddle.
Okay. Maximus and Premius, the two of you head out into a field outside of the city. And you find yourself a nice open area. Then, Premius, you summon a holy shard of Aurelian soul in the form of a Pegasus. I mean, it is a flesh and blood creature, but its eyes glow like yours. They even like when you blink, the eyes dim. And the creature does not it doesn't move like a normal animal because it's not an animal. It's a like a magical construction. So Maximus, you can easily walk over. There's no
I'm
normal
going to,
horses.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can give the description
I was just gonna say
first.
normal horses have this kind of back and forth with you. They'll step away or they'll nuzzle against you or whatever. But this thing is rock solid. It doesn't move at all.
I'm going to do the normal thing I know how to do with horses, like look at its teeth and its hooves and,
Yeah, they're all perfectly pristine, which is the most alien shit you've ever seen.
Huh. And you just did it. Did you summon it from somewhere or did you apparate it from the aether?
I molded it.
So you apparated it from the aether then?
Yes.
Hmm. Well, that would do it.
The creature just stares at you.
I stare back.
It doesn't have pupils, so it's a pretty hard staring contest.
Does it have eyelids though? That is the key.
Yeah, but it doesn't blink.
That. Hold on.
Holding.
Sorry, I was told I was being too loud.
Gasp.
Anyway,
Yeah,
yes,
the
I
Pegasus just stares at you.
put the saddle on it.
All right. With 0 resistance, you place the saddle over the Pegasus. You tie the straps onto it. You get up into the stirrups. You lock your feet into the saddle. And it doesn't move.
How do I make it go? Like up.
It does not move.
No, I'm asking
Oh,
fucking
okay.
bozo over
You're
there.
saying up to the horse.
I guess.
Well, let's try and make it go forward first. I'll
I'll go up to the horse and I'll say, "Listen to the man mounted to you."
Pegasus just looks at you. I mean, you can communicate with it telepathically, so you get the sense that your order was conveyed.
Yeah.
all right, I'll like not dig my heels into it, but give it the subtle knee pressure that generally means go forward.
Yeah, it doesn't move.
I'll flick the reins.
It doesn't move.
Can it hear my thoughts?
No.
Does it understand me if I speak?
Try.
Forward.
Begins to trot forward.
Oh. Faster. Gallop.
Begins to sprint like double the max speed of Mickey forward across the field.
All right, slow.
It's very
It
good.
stops on a dime. It's very freaky.
Oh my god. Okay. Up.
Yeah, with a beating of its wings, it doesn't like casually lift upwards. It surges upward in this burst of speed. A stray feather goes flying from its massive wings, and within a couple of moments, you are like breathless and then hovering in the air about 60 feet above the ground.
Huh. Peculiar. I wonder how fast it can fly. Forward.
Yeah, it's about 4 times faster than Mickey going full like gallop, and it is zooming across the fields. However, it moves nothing like a bird. Like birds have this kind, they're like swooping and diving and stuff. This thing is moving in basically a straight line. Like it's adjusting its wings to do whatever it can to remain very steady. Like it has a built-in gyroscope or something, so it's a remarkably stable platform. But the wind, is brushing through your hair. Your mustache is getting lifted up. You're like the wind's trying to like squeeze its way into your mouth, so you have to like purse your lips close. Your nose is getting filled with like wind. It's
I'm gonna
some experience.
I'm gonna put my helmet visor down.
Yeah. You lower your visor, and even through the narrow slit where your eyes look through, your eyes kind of start to water as like the sheer bulk of wind begins to hit you.
I need to get goggles.
Yeah.
All right. For the coup de grace. Do a flip.
Okay. The like from the ground level, Prometheus, you see as the Pegasus, which has been going in a straight line, suddenly soars upwards, like upside down completely, and then returns back to its original position. And throughout all of this, Maximus, you feel as gravity attempts to pull you from the saddle, but your legs, basically from waist down, you are completely locked in. Nothing moves, but your like torso begins to lift up, and you feel some items on your person that were not designed for this type of thing, like a single ration comes tumbling out of your satchel bag and plummets towards the earth. And then eventually you return back to your position and the Pegasus goes still.
All right, I'll return to Prometheus.
Yeah, you realize that this thing very much understands your every word, because you can essentially program it with instructions like, hey, when I tap your sides, you should move down. It doesn't have any of the intuitive understanding of an actual horse about what instructions mean, but it can certainly take instructions well. So by the time you actually manage to land, which is hard, by the way, it's actually very hard. But when you do actually manage to land, you've gotten it to understand most of the signals you would use with Mickey. But the lack of like emotional reaction to any of this, like the Pegasus isn't excited to do any of this, it just kind of does it. It weirds you out a bit, but it comes to a stop just before Prometheus.
Weird, but very capable. And this will sort of just exist for as long as it's alive?
For as long as I'm alive, or, well, not really, yeah. So long as no one kills it or dispels it, it's pretty much just here.
Dispels it?
Yeah, like dispel magic.
People can do that?
No, actually, I don't even think that does it.
Because you're right, it's purely a construct of magic. It's not real in like a traditional sense.
Do you remember when I was casting Zone of Truth and I believe it was Zenius, or no, it was Corvus, like flicked his wrist and my spell stopped happening?
Yes. Maybe. No.
Yeah. That could happen, but that could only happen, I believe, when someone is within 30 feet of you.
Oh. Well, that's not so bad.
60.
I believe counterspell 60. But you can't counterspell.
No, he's saying dispel magic, that's why I said 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can't
That's
counterspell it.
Yeah.
No,
Alright.
not
Also,
anymore.
dispel magic is 120p. Anyways,
Oh.
well, yeah, you got a fun little test flight with your potential new steed.
Well, is this mine now?
I mean,
For the duration of the mission?
for the duration of the mission, yeah. You're much more capable than I.
Oh. Well, thank you, Prometheus. This is quite something.
If we're against something that could fly away, I'd prefer the master at mounters to have the master mount.
I appreciate it. Well, I'm about to go have an uncomfortable, well, not conversation, but encounter with Mickey. I don't think he's gonna like this very much.
Is Mickey your wife? What is this uncomfortable?
Deeper than a wife.
Well, it's like this horse isn't. I mean, it's a horse, but what's the best way of describing it? I don't know. It'd be like if someone summoned a person with magic, but the person was sort of just an empty shell, and
Yeah,
just
I
like
getcha.
blindly took orders.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Oh, no, he's trying to
kinda
explain the blow-up doll to his wife.
It's not you, it's me, Mickey. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry it had to be this way.
Well, how far are we away from the city?
Like less than a half
Yes.
mile.
No one's gonna like shoot me down with anything, are they?
I wouldn't think so. As long as you're not like flying. If you just walk through the city, I'm sure you'll get looks, but
Well, one
You'll-
would
you'll
imagine I would
dodge.
have to be flying for someone to shoot me down. I'll walk in. That seems like the best idea for now.
Yeah, I mean, the Pegasus gets lots of looks from the guard. A couple come up and like want to touch the Pegasus's feathers, which for a normal horse would be like a huge no-go. Horses don't like being touched, but I mean, this isn't a horse, so it
Horses
doesn't
don't
really
have
care.
feathers either.
Well, also that part. I more so meant the touching. But yeah, in this case, it doesn't really matter because here's the thing: Pegasi, like Refined Greater Seed, is not impossible. Like it is achievable by a fair number of paladins, but like most of them summon more like normal mounts, like less flashy things. And even then, 9th level, or what is it? I think 9th level is required for Refined Greater Steed, right? Or is it
it's
11th
full.
level?
Is that-
Well, yeah, it's 4th level
spell,
spell, but what level of paladin do you get access to that?
Isn't that
Oh,
13?
like 13.
Okay, never mind. That is actually very rare. So it's maybe not like a once in a lifetime, but it's like a twice in a lifetime thing to see it. So as you ride through the streets, Maximus, you will attract throngs of people, gawking at this construct of magic. To be clear, Pegasi are not natural creatures in the world. They don't exist. Like, there's nowhere in Valoros where you can find a herd of Pegasi. They are only made via magic.
Unfortunate.
Was Murg would catch one.
Yeah. So, the crowds, will follow this thing and gawk at its beauty and its grace, and people will reach out and touch its feathers, and the Pegasi has zero reaction to any of it. Yeah. Cool.
Weird.
Do you give it a name?
No.
Mickey 2.
That's fucked up.
That's fucked up.
Also,
Well,
I think, isn't current
technically-
Mickey already Mickey 2?
My better wife.
Wait, Mickey 1 died?
Well, I thought Mickey 1 was like
well, yes,
pre-campaign,
yes.
right?
Mickey 1 is dead, but dead
Yeah.
from old age.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
This
I know
is
my Maximus
Mickey-
lore.
Mickey 2 is Mickey 2 is quite young for a
Yeah.
horse. This one's name is
Don't call him Mickey 3, bro.
no, I would never
Ron
do that.
horse.
Mickey with wings.
Winged Mickey.
Winged Mickey. No.
Epic
Um,
Mickey.
Here we go. I got it. He is a much more serious individual. His name is Michael.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
We call him Steamboat Willie.
Okay, we have Michael and Mickey. Eventually, when you do return to the stables at the hotel that you're staying, or the lodge that you're staying at, Maximus, you bring the Pegasus into the stables because you don't know what else to do with it. I mean, like what? Like, does Michael eat? Like, you don't know any of this stuff. So you bring him into the stables, and Mickey, who is eating some hay, his head instantly lifts up and he looks over. And obviously, Michael doesn't react at all, but Mickey kind of like breathes through his nose loudly, expressing his discomfort at this horse entering the stables.
I'll get Michael situated with water and some oats, I guess.
Yeah. He doesn't
Don't
eat or
know.
drink.
Don't know if he's gonna need those or not, but better if he has them.
Mickey starts to like
yeah, okay.
stamp his foot.
I'll go over to Mickey. Calm down, boy. It's this mission we're going on is too dangerous for you.
He whinnies.
I don't want to lose you. I'll come back.
He pulls his head out of your hands and goes over and eats some oats.
No, don't. I know what'll cheer you up, and I pull an apple out of my pocket.
He looks over, and then, even though his mouth is like literally dripping with saliva, he returns to the oats.
I pull out a second apple.
He walks over.
See. I knew you couldn't stay angry at me. I give him both apples.
Well, you continue to navigate the prickly relationship of your two mounts. All right. So 2 days pass, and on the 14th, you guys receive a letter. It is not so much a letter, so much as an order. It informs you. I don't think I. Yeah. It informs you that you are to report to the Legionary Tower, Tarentum Tutum, which is in the northwest of the Atlian Mountains, and there you will get further orders. Let me go to the world map and mark where Tarentum Tutum is. Man, my throat is getting real fucking scratchy. All right, world map, and then shift ping. Bada bing, bada boom. There you go. Tarentum Tutum. By the way, none of you know where this place is. It's not like a super popular location. You have to actually consult a Wayfinder's guide, but it should just be a half-day ride to the southeast.
Before we go, I'd like to go to the local Department of Magic.
The local, you
And
mean the Great Department of Magic?
Yes, and ask them whether, for the possibility of evacuating people who are in dire need of immediate medical attention, whether they would give me access to a teleportation circle, like so I can, let me know so I can teleport them back here.
Yeah, I mean, so you go speak with the clerk. Your request gets escalated, and then escalated again.
No, that's not a small request at all.
Yeah, and escalated again. And eventually you find yourself in an office of the Deputy Autarch of the Department of Magic, so the second highest ranking member of the department. She is a older woman. Have you met Placentia?
I don't think so,
I
actually.
don't think so. Anyway, she's an older woman wearing green robes. And, you know, women have a very hard time breaking into the Imperial bureaucracy. But magic seems to be the great equalizer in that respect. So she's most likely a spellcaster, even if you don't see like a spell book at her waist. And as you enter her office, clearly your request has already been conveyed. And she'll look at you and say, well, as you know, we're supposed to cooperate with the judges as much as we possibly can after the Imperial Edict. So I won't outright deny you, but I will say this. We can't give you access to any teleportation circle within the city. It's simply too risky. But we could construct a platform outside of the city walls, put a teleportation circle on it, and have the glyph sent to you via sending.
I suppose that is already so much, and I thank you for even that, Grace.
There's also a test platform currently on in Transpontar Solaria. It'll take you to the war camp at Kujva. That could be given to you as well.
War camp at Kujva. I suppose.
She nods, and she will grab a tiny slip of paper and with ink write out the glyphs. They are in the arcane script, and then she'll turn it over to you and say, it should be constructed until the campaign season starts, so don't use it after March. You'll get a teleportation fizzle, but before March, it should work fine.
Right. I've noted it on my sheet.
Certainly.
And I thank you, Grand Arcanist.
You will nod, and you can leave the Department of Magic. As the rest of the judges are packing their bags and getting their equipment ready and saddling their horses, or I guess in the case of Maximus, saddling his Pegasus, you will receive a scrying. It is actually impossible to verbally speak the arcane script because that's called casting a spell. So instead, the way that they the way they explain it is, have you ever played Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes?
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically they describe the symbols to you, and you know enough about like the arcane script to be like, oh, okay, I know which like glyphs they're conveying, but they can only describe it via like spoken words, so there's a bit of opacity to it. But yeah, it only took them about like 3 hours to build the thing and then set up a magic circle on it. Teleportation circle on it. So you have those 2 glyphs.
Okay. I'll add that to my sheet as well.
Okay. Last chance for anything in the city, or are we ready to go out into the wilds and abandon civilization?
Oh yeah, I want to cast my Find Familiar.
Doing on
Yeah, true.
Basic resources.
I think all the basic resources are on your sheet. So that's a question for you to answer.
Yep. Oh, nope. There, here we are. I suppose it's not Mickey anymore. It's Michael. Oh
You
my.
can shorten it to something more catchy. Maybe Mickey?
Mike.
Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. This is a very serious horse. His name is Michael.
Serious implies that he has a personality.
He's so serious he doesn't even have one.
Good point, I suppose.
Yeah, what type of familiar do you summon, Heko?
A crow, obviously.
Oh, cool.
Orvis with the Corvin. That's crazy.
Exactly.
Is that Nia Scrania and Maximus going to get
Morpheus.
flashbacks to Gela Isle? Sad to go.
Oh God.
They see like an intelligent crow on your shoulder, and it's like, oh God. Oh no. Alrighty. Well,
There is one thing I need to do.
yeah?
I need to make arrangements for Mickey if I don't come back.
Yeah. I mean, so how do you include him in your will?
Well,
Set up a trust fund. Like
I
give them
suppose
oaths.
I suppose I could, but I'd need to find
Crazier
someone.
things have been done in the imperial legal system. They made a senator a horse. Or, sorry, a horse a senator. Not the other way around.
Although I
What
suppose
about
it is
that
You
possible.
should also do that, yeah. Dude, that's actually much funnier. They turned the senator into a horse.
Funniest shit.
Dude, I'm horse senator.
I suppose I could request. No, he doesn't want that. No, actually, yes.
Just live.
Oh, yeah, you're
Oh my
right.
God,
I
you're
should.
genius.
I should just do that. Why hadn't I thought of that?
I actually don't know.
Let me check my my notes for someone I could give him to.
Powder had the idea that the miscreant that you're putting through Symposium, the guy who tried to steal from you, could make him the one in Osseous. You can make him the inheritor of Mickey.
I don't know if he deserves that.
Chowder, I am not a fan of.
Doesn't like it.
Not a fan of that idea. Not a fan.
You could give it to one of
I'm
the
gonna-
Horatii guys.
Maybe he'll care, maybe he won't. I will say that Mickey is gonna go to Galenus
Okay, that's fair.
in
That's
the
fair.
case of my death.
He's gonna be real confused about the guy he met once. He's like, I met this guy once and he willed me his horse. I guess you met him twice, but still.
I trust Galenus.
That's fair. Who wouldn't? An Imperial war hero. That could make a great emperor one day. Looks at camera.
Uh-oh.
Anyways, wilderness time. Yippee! Are we good on rations?
I got 125 of them.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
No, we're
We
gonna
ride
stop.
out.
Fuck.
Also, Alex, in case it wasn't clear, I transferred the saddlebags from Mickey to...
I think that was clear, yeah.
Can I put the mithril plate on to
No.
the Pegasus?
Different proportions, different everything.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, so I'll have 13
Oh,
AC
well.
instead of 18.
Such is the way.
Alrighty. Well, you guys ride to the southeast, and we're going to move to a slightly different map than usual. I'm going to explain
God.
some things about mechanics. So, the exploration of the Atlian Mountains, when it happens, is going to be on a grid, a hex crawl, if you will. Now, there may be some of you who are familiar with how this works, but I know for a fact some of you aren't. So, the way it works is every day you get a fixed basically tile budget. All of you can move the token, but any movement you do into another hex is final. So, like, I think in the lowlands you're on horseback, I think you can move like 30 tiles a day. But as we move into harsher terrain, it's going to get much, much reduced until, like, for example, on glaciers, you'll be able to move 2 hexes per day. And once we get into the mountains proper, there will be encounter checks. So yeah, that's generally how it works. I'd recommend nominating one person to move the party, just because if multiple people move it, some weird shit can happen, but it can be anyone, doesn't really matter. Anyways, with all that said, you guys are riding through the countryside of Mythasia, and to your southeast is Torrentum Tudum. So, who would like to move the party?
No. I will not be responsible.
Bro said, no.
I'm gonna do a test to see how well I can do this on the iPad.
Righty. Let's see how it goes. Can he move it one
Oh.
hex at a time? Is he capable of it? Whoa,
Yeah,
he
this
did
is,
it!
this is super easy. Okay, I
Sure.
can move it.
Alrighty.
I was gonna say I could do it too.
Go.
There you go. Go for it. You'll be far more reliable than I will.
True. Where are you moving then? Primius, you got like 40 tiles to move still in the day.
Oh, 40
Hexes.
tiles?
Yeah, I mean, you guys, so on horseback, you can travel 60 miles. Each of these hexes is 2. So you've already moved about 20 today, so you can move 40 miles, which I think is, 20 hexes.
Okay. What are the hatches?
Those are farmland.
Okay. We'll go here.
Yeah. To your southeast, amongst the farmland and light forest of Mithdosica, you spot a legionary tower. It flutters with the banner of the First Legion.
Oh.
No, sorry, the Southern Legions. I almost did a lore
damn it.
inconsistency. It flutters with the banner of the Southern Legions.
Do we want to stop by there, or... Well, I guess we have stuff to do, but...
Well, they might have seen something, or know something.
Well, I will say you were also supposed to report to a legionary tower called Tarentum Tutum, so...
Yeah,
I guess
that
we should
seems like
stop
a good
there.
idea.
Yeah, as you guys approach, you find that there are a variety of villages around this. I mean, every one of these hexes contains at least 3 or 4 villages. Mithdosica is very densely packed. And this tower is clearly once abandoned. I mean, it's a bit run down. But outside, like on the ground level, you can see a small camp of legionnaires from the Southern Legions. And you can see a centurion on horseback kind of spots you guys maybe a mile out, sees these distant silhouettes, but... he doesn't, pursue you. He seems to remain in the radius of the tower.
Are we in, like, speaking distance?
No, you're a mile away.
Okay. Yeah, we'll keep riding towards them.
Yeah. You guys approach the tower, and once you're like a couple 100 feet away, the Centurion will approach you on horseback, and he'll kind of bow his head when he sees your guys' badge and introduce himself and say, "Greetings, Lord Judges."
Hello. We're looking for the tower called Tarentum Turum.
Well, you found it then.
Very nice. We were asked to report here.
You'll probably want to speak to the Arcanist then.
Very well.
He's on the 3rd floor.
And then we'll head inside it, I guess.
Yeah, you guys approach the base of the tower. I guess this attracts lots of attentions from the whole sentry stationed here. As you each begin to hitch up your horses, like a small throng of soldiers will form like a ring around the Pegasus, and one will look over to you, Maximus, and say, "Lord Judge, may I touch it?"
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, they begin to feel the feathers of the Pegasus and at its flank, and 0 reaction. And you guys dismount and head inside. There is a clerk, an imperial clerk behind the counter in this, once run down building. You can see over in the corner there's rotting planks of wood that are like still in the process of getting reupholstered. This thing seems to have only been re-inhabited very recently. And the clerk will kind of see all of your judges' badges and say, "Oh, hello."
Oh,
Well, how can I help you?
We're here to speak to the Arcanist. We were summoned here.
Well, he's free. Please head on up.
I'll nod and go up.
Yeah, you guys
Up we go.
ascend the stairs, and you head up through the 2nd floor, which is a storage room. You can see there's several legionnaires here serving as carpenters, like tearing up planks and replacing them. You head up to the 3rd floor, and this is a mildewy attic of the tower. It has like arrows, murder holes that like look down at the base of the tower, and then arrow slits, and then 1 or 2 porthole windows that view the surrounding terrain. And they're cleaning through like several baskets with 4 or 5 legionnaires assisting him. Maximus and Zednius, the 2 of you recognize Arcanist Cetarion. He was the red-robed evocationist wizard from the Forest of Hate. I believe you met him in session 4 or 5 of the campaign.
but he was like super old, no?
It's only been like a year, but
What was he like?
he was very hard-ass. He was the highest-ranking wizard on the southern frontier, and He, during the Battle of Fort Romulus, he did a lot of fireballs. Like, a lot of fireballs. He flew above the battlefield and burned a lot of undead.
Classic.
And as he hears the clank of armor, the Arcanist will turn around, long red robes, long white beard, and very classic Arcanist look. And he'll look on the 5 of you, and then he'll squint his eyes towards Zednius and Maximus. You're very familiar.
Yes, Arcanist Cetarion, we fought with you on the southern frontier during, what is that period called, Alex? That event.
Oh, the Battle of Fort Romulus, I guess, or I don't know.
I mean, like
the whole thing?
Yeah.
There isn't really a name for it. It's not important enough.
The
the wider empire.
Yeah, we were at the Battle of Fort Romulus.
You slew the Necromancer.
Yes.
Well, you're the judges sent by the Master of Judges?
Yeah.
I don't recognize these 3. They weren't on the frontier, were they?
No.
And those fellows that are with you, the assassin, the woman, and the blood hunter, are they all alive?
Let's see.
I don't remember.
Assassin is dead, I'm right? That was Hecko's old character?
Yeah, Severus,
Yeah.
he's dead.
Yes. Granny is
Renesmee
alive.
is
Oh,
dead.
Renesmee, sorry. Oh, she is? What?
I think she's probably dead.
She
Emma.
stole from the Empire and fled.
Yeah. The Blood Hunter? Oh, he's alive and well.
As far as we know, right?
Yeah. Well,
Like,
then
you haven't
You
seen
Lars.
haven't seen him in like 80 sessions.
No, Lars
Wait, what?
isn't the blood.
No, Lars is not
Oh,
a blood
shit.
hunter. He's referring to the that one random blood hunter
was
you
he
recruited for one session in Batavia.
Yeah, the guy I played for a very short time.
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
you know, the Manway-Farine blood hunter.
Yeah, the guy who Hakon gave the worst spells possible.
Dead, maybe dead, and hopefully dead.
All right then. Well,
Why are we hoping he's dead?
Yeah, what the fuck,
Oh.
bro?
I can't remember him, so I don't like him.
then for the rest of you, I am Arcanist Cetarion. I am the chief Arcanist of the Southern Legions, primary advisor to the Consul Militum of the Southern Legions. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Have I heard of this guy before? Because he's like a high arcanist of.
Honestly, I think you're a
Communications.
higher level than him.
Oh, is he? Am I?
Deadass, yeah.
Okay.
So no, you haven't heard of him. Either way, he'll nod and say, well, I was told to help organize the recovery operation for the deceased judges. I've gathered information from the local community. You will be heading to the town of Oviocella. East of there is where the judges were slain.
I see.
You'll want to head through the foothills and then up into the low mountains. You should find Oviocella. Last that people were there, it was a small community of around 40 or 50 people, but no one's been there since the start of the winter, and I have not decided to waste a scrying spell on it.
Do you have a map you can show us?
No. The only maps of the mountains are maintained by the Atlian Rangers, and they are few and far between.
You know where any of them may be now?
I imagine that they're at their lodge in the heart of the mountains.
The heart, is
yeah.
that the... Alright, go on.
I'm sorry, I was zoning out. I'm gonna. What did he say? We need to go through the.
The foothills into the low mountains. No map, but the Atlian Rangers may have one. Well, they do have them.
All right. The foothills. They're Are they to the southeast of us?
Yes.
Alright.
Can it be more than a day or two to get out to Oviocella and back?
Alright.
That's not too bad.
Your secondary task is to compose a sketch. I can provide you with paper if you do not have it. In the gorge where the judges were slain, there is an arcane ward which has proven resistant to scrying. The Master of Judges and other parties are interested in receiving a ideally full-sized representation, but since the ward is so large, a smaller representation may be necessary.
I can do that.
Good.
Alright. Anything else? I think we're ready to head out.
Do you have any? Do you have anything else you can supply us with? Any information? Anything that that might have not made it to Mythos?
Well, I've been overseeing 3 centuries worth of soldiers here in the western foothills, and since the death of those judges, the incidents encountering strange creatures have increased exponentially. Just in the last couple of days, there's been reports of strange elementals, humanoids with green skin, and other such things. Many of the isolated mountain communities will likely be eradicated before the year is out.
Let's see.
Alright.
No effort is being made to get them out.
No.
Huh.
As you know from the southern frontier, to tame the wilderness, sometimes bodies are needed to cut back the forests and build fields. To pull out of the mountains would be a surrender to the evil that now inhabits them.
Alright then. Well, no point in dilly-dallying.
You're right. If you
uh,
begin today, you may be able to be back by tomorrow.
You got any... Is there someone who knows where the Atlian Rangers Lodge is?
I'm sure you could reach out back to Mythos, though they primarily deal with the governor of Parla on the eastern side of the mountains.
Lovely.
Well then.
Right.
He turns around and begins to return to cleaning the mildewy room with his legionary assistants. So,
We head out.
well, where are we headed exactly?
Into the foothills to our southeast.
Well then, we can move.
Can we see the mountain from here?
No, you're pretty far off.
Oh.
I mean, it's. I mean, actually, I think you would see a distant outline of mountains in the distance, but I mean, you can't make out any details on them. They're very far away. They're like 6 miles. So yeah, I mean, you can see mountains.
We know which
distantly, but-
direction to go, though.
Yeah, southeast. Though, just to be clear, the mountains are from basically here. Oh, actually, you can't see that. Your like vision cone from here all the way to here is all mountains. It's like, it's a very big range, several hundred miles long. Sorry, I think it's like 120 miles long. But, anyways, yeah. So you can move 4 hexes in forests.
All right.
It's 1,
Well,
What's oh,
2.
I
Yeah.
see.
So these are mountains. You can't see up into them. You'll just have to pick an area in the mountains and just climb up a random pass, essentially.
we're trying to go into the mountains. That was the request.
Oviocelli is a
How-
mountain community, yeah.
How high are these mountains?
The lower things are going to be like 3,000 feet. The upper ones, like some of the spine of the range, like the glaciers, get up to around a mile.
All right. Do you think I could be able to see more detail on the Pegasus?
I think Pegasus would help 100%. I think the way we'd probably do it is make you make a perception check, and then I'd let you know if there are any notable landmarks within, like just outside your vision.
Okay. Like once per hex, I'd just like to attempt to do that.
Roll a perception check.
Yeah. Also, the Pegasus doesn't have an issue getting up this high?
No, not at all. You're the thing that has the issue because you start to get very cold.
I mean, it's only 3,000 feet up.
I know. It's not going to kill you. It just gets cold.
Oh, fair enough. Perception. Oop.
Yeah, with it, that's a really good roll, damn. You can spot to your southeast. It's actually easier to spot because they have agriculture, but to your southeast, you can see a small little hills community. There's no, like, smoke rising from the chimneys or anything. The only reason you can spot is because you see open fields, like, terraced into the hillside.
Oh, okay. That's about 4. That's about 4 miles away.
Yeah.
All right. Okay,
what were you
I'll
saying, Echo?
land.
Oh, give me just a second to check something.
Alrighty.
Um,
Yeah, and if you guys have skills or spells that are relevant to travel, feel free to bring them up, like the Greater Seed thing.
I don't think I do.
That's fair. We haven't. It hasn't been
Um,
prioritized very much.
Could somebody lead my horse while I'm sitting on it?
Sure.
In that case, I'll have the raven fly above and look through its eyes instead of my own to scout
Sure.
for nearby things. That should make it easier to see where nearby landmarks are.
Yeah, I think that'll serve a similar function to the Pegasus, but yeah, that's good.
There's
both get to make perception checks.
a village about 3 miles that away.
Alright, I'll go right here.
Alrighty, the mountains rise up around you. Basically, if you want to get up in the mountains, your only options now are a series of craggly passes or spines of ridges. Either way, it's going to be a lot of uphill traveling, so a lot of you guys are going to have to dismount. The only person that doesn't is Maximus.
Yeah.
Is there like an old beaten road
Nope.
that you guys can find? Well,
No one has ever built like proper roads into the mountains. It's too much effort.
Alright. Well,
We
let's
must
get on it.
tame this wilderness. Doesn't build roads.
Listen, they're doing the early part of the taming where you just shove people there and tell them to live.
I will move right here.
Here's the tried.
Alrighty. I would like you to roll a d100.
Oh god, it begins.
Anyone can do it.
Fuck it, I'll do it.
Too late.
Alrighty. The latter half of your day, as the sun begins to go down, is spent going uphill. Very quickly you realize that being on horseback while doing this is miserable, so you all dismount and begin to guide your horses, working your way up these slopes. Maximus floats about 10 feet above the ground on his Pegasus, chilling, vibing. And eventually, you get to a frozen lakeside. At this point, you have a kind of choice whether to go left or right. Maximus, do you want to ascend up into the air and get like a bird's eye view to know whether to go left or right, or?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Alrighty. Maximus begins to ascend up into the air, and the rest of you guys begin to hear this like sizzling noise, kind of like a popping like kind of noise emerging from a rock wall to your right. And then everyone but Maximus is going to roll into initiative.
Ah, you bastard. Is that why you
Beta.
asked me?
Yeah.
God, is that mass?
All right, and then the rest of you are not on
Natural
horseback.
three!
You're guiding your horses. Alrighty. One moment.
Let's go, Grania. Let's fucking go.
She got an 8?
I also got an 8.
Yeah, true. True. If you got it, it must
Where's
be good.
initiative on the sheet? I'm completely
You're at the top.
blind. There.
It's not.
I am blind.
It's not doing it. Oh.
Yeah,
Mine, huge.
Alrighty, emerging from the rock wall to your south are creatures which look almost humanoid, made out of some sort of strange metal, but have no heads. Instead, in the place where a head should be, is just a bubbling cauldron of molten metal.
Uh-oh.
You've never seen these in your life, or heard anything like them.
How come Grania and Corvus aren't on the. Oh,
Okay.
I just
Maximus,
don't see people on the turn order.
I see them on the turn order.
Okay.
Maximus, you can roll in, by the way. You're not gonna get into the combat for a couple rounds.
Yeah, I mean, such is the way.
Such is the way. Bro got debated. All right, while you roll into initiative, I'm going to start acting. One of these headless elementals will walk over, and at first you all just kind of get on guard, but it doesn't necessarily mean that like a fight's going to happen. And then the torso kind of leans backwards, and molten metal bursts upwards from the chest and begins to fly up into the air, plummeting down like mortars. So Zednius, Grania, and Primius all need to make dexterity saving throws.
Alex, I didn't have a token to click on.
That's fine. I got it.
Dexterity, huh?
Dexterity. Alrighty. So for those of you who succeed, you take. So, Primius and Zednius, you both take 13 fire damage. Grania, you take 26 fire damage, and you are knocked prone. Alrighty. The next one goes. This one is going to walk forward, and that's going to take its full turn. It starts like shambling awkwardly, and then it begins to sprint full speed towards you guys, like a humanoid would. And it's going to move to here. Zednius.
It's gonna blow up.
Does it? Yeah. What does it look like?
Headless, metallic body, bubbling molten cauldron in its chest.
Yeah, okay. So sweet. I'm really glad I got rid of the pushing blast.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay.
This one right here
Sure.
with also the Eldritch triple threat or however
Triple
many
threat?
triple threat?
Oh, triple threat. Okay. Sure. Make a dexterity saving throw as you trigger explosive reactivity. Bits of the creature, as you successfully manage to hit it, bits of the creature flake off and explode and begin to sizzle on the surrounding terrain, and you will take 7 damage. Oh, your second attack hit as well, so roll a dex save on that as well.
Oh god.
I believe you had a third attack, so if you want, you can roll your last Eldritch Blast and then roll your another dex save.
Okay.
Alright, you take 3 damage from that. And then that super hits, so that's another dex save. You know, since these creatures are clearly not flesh and blood, you begin to break off sections of this metallic creature, literally, they break and just scatter off, and that's what's leading to bits like flying around, sizzling skin, and things like that. And the total damage that you take from all of it is 7, 3, 7. So 17 damage from flakes and bits of this creature like flying off of its body and sizzling into your skin.
Okay. One of those was Lance of Lethargy.
Okay.
So he has 10 less speed next.
Okay. Alrighty.
Next go.
10 less.
And I'm going to flee back into this tree.
Okay.
Or back into up here.
Strategic tree hiding. Corvus.
So these seem to be.
I feel like the what is it? The orb, Zednius orb, would be good because you're just sucking them in.
True. You do be sucking.
It's just about how much we want to commit to this fight, right? So
we can't really like get on horses and run though. So.
what is this water?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna walk up this tree.
Okay.
Like as high as I can.
Yeah, you walk over to the tree and climb in its lowest branches. Those are like 8 feet up. It's about as high as
No,
it
I,
goes.
I just walk up the tree.
Oh, because you have spider glide.
Yes.
Okay, sure. You walk up the tree.
And then I'm gonna frostbite this one.
Okay.
In hopes that aiming at the core, in hopes that it's not resistant to cold, but cold will make it less potent.
Sure.
I'm an idiot, and that's an attack roll, isn't it? No, it's a Constitution save.
Okay. I assume that's a fail.
Most certainly.
Alrighty. Well, you reach your hand out and fire a bolt of ice from your fingertips. Now, ice is, of course, water, and when the water interacts with the skin of this metallic creature, instantly, like, the skin of the creature starts to pop, fizzle, and react. It's essentially, like, self-detonating. So it is vulnerable to ice, but it's not in, like, a reducing the reactivity sort of way, but it increases it. Now, you are outside of range for its explosive reactivity. So there are like chunks of it that are like getting hot and then flying off as it interacts with water, but none of it hits you. It's mostly hitting the horses to its sides.
Grania, okay.
Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. Okay. All right.
And it has
Oh,
disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll.
okay. It's your turn, Grania.
No.
Wait, why is it 2d6? It should be 3d6 actually. I'm 11th level by now.
There you go. 6 extra damage.
Standing up is half your movement, correct?
It is indeed.
Okay. How big was the stuff that flaked off each time it got hit? Was it only at the attacker, or is it?
It's only at the attacker, yeah.
Regardless of range?
No, 15 feet.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
It does, yeah.
I don't really want to have to use things, but I don't really have much of a choice, so... I will stand up and then Misty Escape to...
Guys, we need to protect these horses.
Do you?
Fuck them.
Your horses always die.
Aren't they supposed to just run away at this time?
Corvus can summon one, and we can double up, and then someone can double up with Maximus. And then one person might be.
We can just walk. I mean, it's mountains. It's not like horses are particularly useful.
True.
Plan, Dota.
You thinking?
30
let's
second
just
turns.
skip to over here,
Alrighty.
and then I'll just triple Eldritch Blast the closest.
That one will have partial cover from the horse.
Oh, so I need to be in actual spot. Okay. Then I'll just target this one down here.
Alrighty, perfect. That one's still in the process of like emerging from the wall. Hit, miss, hit. Alrighty, chunks of the creature go flying off. It begins to, they begin to react and hiss as they come in contact with the air and burn some of the surrounding snow. Maximus, make me a perception check.
Oh, okay, I can do that. Bink.
All right, you notice. Wait a minute, that
Another
sounded like a noise. And looking beneath you, despite the sound of rushing wind, you can see that your comrades are engaged in combat. So next round, you will re-enter the battlefield 120 feet in the air.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I don't know what I did, but oh well.
Alrighty, Primius, it's your turn.
Alright. Aren't they standing in water?
No, I mean unless you mean ice, like the snow.
And that's not hurting them?
No, it is. I mean, it's reacting with their feet.
Oh. Alright, so I'm gonna walk away.
Melee guy walking away from the reactivity, Chads.
And then I'm gonna shoot some arrows into that guy.
Oh, non-magical arrows.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You want me to take all the damage of these 4 guys by
I was just
myself?
clarifying. Second one hits. Alrighty.
Not the radiant.
Yeah, no radiant. So they have resistance to non-magical piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing. Alright, this one manages to finally pull itself out of the wall. It begins to sprint full speed towards you. This one also manages to dislodge itself from the wall and begins to sprint towards Garania. And at the end of the round, the horses book it. They run full speed as quickly as their many legs can carry them away from the battlefield. And thus far, they're all alive. Bigly. Alrighty. This one, which already went before, will go again. The one that shot molten slag out of its chest. This one will run over to Primius and swing his fists at Primius's head.
First one hits.
Alright, it's not a crit, so ignore the extra damage. As the fist makes contact with, like, the flesh of your cheek, it basically starts reacting against your skin. So you take 13 bludgeoning from the impact of the fist, 8 fire from that, and luckily for you, you are not a flammable object, so you don't ignite. But if you were a flammable object, you would ignite. And this one, which has been slowed and, like, it has disadvantage on this first attack because of Corvus hitting it. It will walk over to you, Primius, and slam with its fist. That's a disadvantage, so it misses. And this one is a normal one, and it also misses.
Holy shit.
Zennius.
I'm getting fucked, chat.
I'm closer than 15 feet away.
Oh wait, I'm in a stream, so this works.
Yeah, it does work. You are closer than 15 feet,
That
yeah.
were cooked.
Chat, is this real?
But all of them also are, so I'll be fucking them if I...
If you hear me out, if you move 10 feet closer, you get a
You
plus
know
you
it's about to
melee
be
with
some
Hetmanerial.
absolutely cooked, horrid shit when somebody starts with "hear me out."
No.
Hold on, wait a
It's
second.
actually
Wait a second. What is
advantageous
this
if
thing?
he gets closer to me because
This deal?
I have more protection.
Rude.
So it makes
So,
attacking them more optimal. But also, you should probably summon the black holes and have it sucked.
Yeah, I'm gonna summon the black hole. Just
Have 'em
one
sucked
charge,
off.
because it's more of a suck effect than a kill effect. But what is my radius? Sphere of entropy, 20-foot sphere.
Alrighty.
Um,
20-foot sphere. Boom. And where's the origin point? Like, where are we putting it?
there's no way that's right. Is it radius? Because
Is it
like
radius
I
or is it
remember it being
diameter?
way bigger than that. Oh
I mean-
no, the sphere is. I don't know.
Read the thing.
I remember it being way bigger than
What
that.
does it say? Is it radius?
I just fucking closed that. This goddamn.
If it's radius, then yeah, it's much bigger. This would be it if it's radius.
5-foot diameter sphere of
Yeah.
black void appears in an unoccupied space on the ground. Any creature within 20 feet of the sphere.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
radius.
Which is a radius.
Yeah,
So the-
yeah, that's
So
radius.
the sphere is a,
Yeah.
a square, and okay.
Mhm.
Is that movable by me or no?
I don't believe so.
You can
I just
summon
can I
it
get
where
the? I don't think I can get this guy. I don't
think
think I
you
can
can
get
do-
the bottom
If
left.
you don't
but
mind
I
pulling
think I might be
Primius,
able
you
to
can do
get
it.
these guys. I think I might be able to get these guys.
You're thinking like
Oh,
at this
but
angle?
that's gonna pull. I would rather pull
You
Primius
could just do
than,
one of these
than Corvus.
and just say fuck it and get all of them.
No, I would go lower and just grab the 3 and Primius because I think Primius will make the save.
Alrighty, cool. Do they make a save immediately? I don't remember the full. It's been a while since we've used this.
Time to check again.
You should just leave the
A
feature.
creature
open.
must make a dex save.
Alrighty, dex save, Primius.
Alright.
What's the save?
Oh, it's really high actually.
It doesn't shock me.
19.
Alright, all of these guys get pulled towards the orb.
Oh, I didn't roll damage for the orb, but
Oh,
it's not going to be.
yeah,
a
you
lot.
said it was level charge 1, so it's gonna be like 1d10.
1d10.
Alex, while he's
1d10.
doing that, and
Yeah.
I'm flying down, I'm gonna pull a scroll of feather fall out.
Ooh, using his out of combat free item interaction. All right. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that works. Permeus, you are watching as chunks of this elemental are being like torn off its body by the sphere. Imagine how good that'll feel when it's your flesh being torn off by the
Oh my god!
It's your
Me and who?
Help me!
when you orb, but she keep. Never mind. Corvus, it's your turn.
Jesus. So, Primus is just kind of
Cheap lock on my hole till I'm sent to a
stop.
No. Yes, Primus is stuck. I mean, he could try to escape, but Xenius's orb is very potent.
But it won't
How
hurt her.
about?
No, it won't hurt him, but he'll keep him in melee with all three of the enemies.
Wait, it won't hurt him?
No, only the person touching the orb can be hurt, which is currently,
Well, and even then, it's only 1d10.
Yeah.
But I'm about to get sucked in and gigged
Beat
and beaten to death.
and sucked.
Alright, I'm just gonna
How come you're allowed to say
bolt
that? but
that
I'm not
one.
allowed to say it?
Because no one stopped me.
This is fucked up. This is fucked up. I'm gonna say it. Alex is racist, and I won't stand for it.
Uh-oh.
All right,
This guy
that
right
hits
here.
Heko. And obviously you don't take the volatility damage because you're out of its range. But, sparks of it go flying off when it interacts with the water.
And just pass my turn. Put myself in face down
All right.
defense mode.
Grania.
Granny, you should throw that one into the river next to you.
Just
Yeah,
run through the
I'll,
river
uh,
now.
I'll do that with my Giga Strength and/or movement spells.
True, you have
Just
both of
teleport
them.
it, Lamau.
Yeah, your offensive teleports. Just use your offensive teleports, Dota.
Is that cover or is that above?
That's above so you're fine.
Page.
Cage. Oh no, I got through my whole box of tissues. The West has fallen.
Is 19 hit?
Yeah,
The West has fallen? Is that what you just said?
No, I didn't
Yes.
say anything. You're being weird right now. Okay. As you strike it,
Problem, officer.
chunks of this thing break off and begin to react with the snow around it, and it is having structural stability problems, aka it's bloody. Like, you've blasted so much of this elemental that it is barely able to keep its constituent parts together.
Yippee!
That was such a beautiful little yippee. Maximus, you re-enter the battlefield 120 feet above it at the end of your turn. So you can't act this turn, but next turn.
No, I'm over on top of the other one. I see the nonsense that is going on in that one. I want
Yeah, you don't want to go
nothing
into
do with-
the blender.
I want nothing to do with that.
I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, Permeus. Speaking of the blender,
Holy shit, man.
on all sides, you are feeling so. Just to be clear, Yogi, feel free to correct me, but I think everything is difficult terrain. If you move, you have to make a save, and if you can feel this constant, just complete sucking motion pulling you deeper and deeper towards the sphere.
Jesus Christ,
So
don't say it
if
like
I
that.
If I disengage, I can't even leave it fully.
I don't think so. I mean, Yogi, it's one of your higher level features, but I think one of your upgraded spherometry features makes it so I know it's difficult terrain, but I think it's also you have to make a save to even move away from it, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, you got to make a strength save.
Yeah.
What the
So
fuck?
on
You're
the
on the
start of your
receiving
turn,
end of the hell that so many enemies have been on.
Alright, well, I'll make a strength save.
You are pulling against the strength of the void. No, and you
No.
lost.
Well, fuck. What do I do?
It's not an action, by the way. That was just you moving.
I mean, the other one is clogging the hole at the moment.
Correct, yeah.
yeah, but he's
Yeah.
surrounded. That's
Oh,
the issue.
oh yeah. Good luck. Just kill one of them, lol.
Just killed him, yeah. I literally just killed him, Mom.
Oh, it's true.
You can
I'm
heal
so
it
glad
off.
we have Ethan, the master tactician here.
I know all about it.
Did they teach you that in basic training?
Indeed, they did.
All right.
Oh, that was
Very high
advanced
level.
training.
Yeah.
Very, very high level army stuff. You guys
On the
wouldn't
guy
get
to
it.
my right.
Yeah. All right, that
Someone's
hits.
trying to kill me,
And
kill them
so
instead.
there's a series of things that happen. Actually, roll all your attacks. I don't want to.
I think you might have read out Art of War, actually.
Is this one
Uh,
about to kill the other one with its explosion?
In a manner of speaking.
Oh no, chain react.
All three of those hit Primius. So roll the damage on all of them, and then we'll resolve what happens. That's.
Despair, what
Is the radiant
happens?
accurate?
Yes.
Okay. The fire does nothing, but the radiant obviously goes through. Because they are immune to fire damage. Okay. So,
Fire?
firstly, explosive
piercing,
reactivity
right?
for all three of those attacks. So make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh god, wait, they're gonna chain explosively react with each other?
Hell yeah!
So 2 more dex saves. All right, so these are all the reactions for you attacking the creature, because every time you stab it, little chips of its body flies off. Those chips hit your face. They react with the water in your skin, and they start to burn holes in your flesh. So for the first one, you take 8. The second one, you take 5. And so total damage from all that is 17. So subtract 17.
All right. Minus 17.
Then you successfully defeated this elemental. Unfortunately, that also destabilizes its chest, so it explodes. So I'd like you to make another dexterity saving throw. The other 2 ones have to also make dex saves, but they're immune to fire, so it's not going to do any damage to them.
Oh.
Yeah, no chain reaction.
Damn it.
And you will take half of that, so you'll take thick brain. 8 damage? 8 damage. Yeah.
Sick brain.
I'm sick.
No,
Yeah, and this
that's
thing
completely
explodes. It's gone. It is just, yeah, not in existence anymore. Yeah, good turn. Good turn. Klappa.
Sure.
Alrighty, this is the one currently being devoured. Does it take damage at the start of its turn, Zednius, or the end?
The end.
Okay. Then it is
No,
going...
no, it started in the hole, so it takes damage, I think.
Consult the tome.
Hopefully
It doesn't-
permanently
it doesn't-
open
Okay, yeah, I'll
tome
scroll
at
up.
this point.
The terrain ends its turn. Must also
Does it explode if it's annihilated?
No. No, it certainly does not. On contact, you're right. This would be start of turn then. Do you want to roll another d10 or do you want to keep the other one? We can do it either way.
It's fine.
All right, -6. This elemental has not yet used its chest ability, so it will, kind of lift, like gesture its chest backwards and fire molten slag from the hole where its head is. Its 3 targets will be Zednius, Corvus, and Bucket. Maximus might as well. Actually, no, you're 120 feet in the air. That doesn't work. Grania. So
Let's
Grania,
say,
Corvus, and Zednius, all 3 of you make dexterity
Wait,
saving
I'm on a
throws.
15 feet spear from these two? No way.
No. It's 3 separate projectiles that deal 15-foot sphere damage.
Ah.
Yeah. So dex save for all 3 of you. All 3
Is it a
y'all.
spell?
Nope.
I can't counterspell it, Sanj.
I'm sorry. Elemental moment. You've all passed so far, so.
Is there any
Why would you
cover
say
from
that?
the
You hate
trees?
me.
That's funny. You
No,
did
there's
that
no
to me.
cover from the trees because it's like an orbital artillery shell. But either way, you passed, Zednius, so you're good.
Okay.
Grania and
You know,
Zednius, you
it-
both take only 7 damage. You're fine. Corvus, you are knocked prone and take 14.
So, how high was I up on that tree?
I mean, it's not that high is the answer. I think I said 8 would be the lower boughs of the tree. So these are only like 15-foot tall trees. So you take like 1d10 damage from falling. It's not that much. You're fine.
Well, since they're in 15 feet of each other, don't they have to make saves for each other's mortar shells?
No, they're. I don't think of them as perfectly accurate. These are like straying side to side. Now, if they were standing next to each other, then yeah. But this thing. Also, not to mention the fact that who knows how the black hole is infecting the trajectory of these mortar strikes. So, but the trees do ignite on fire. Anyways, Corvus, you'll take an additional 2 fall damage as you fall from the boughs of the tree.
So Job.
I'm gonna feather fall, Joffrey.
Joffrey.
Maximus, feather fall me right now!
All right, this creature is going to sprint full speed at the recently fallen Corvus and begin to pummel him at advantage. Now, shield does work here if you have shield.
Yeah, I'm just checking my AC real quick.
I have no idea what your AC is.
It's 13. I'm not gonna
That
shield.
basically is 2. I mean, the 12 would be the equivalent, yeah. Okay,
I'm
well,
just
then
not gonna shield.
you get boom, boom.
What the
Fucking
fuck? That's a lot of
beat in the
damage.
head. The fists, the metallic fists, react with the water in your skin and begin to burn holes in your cheeks, and you take a total of 39 damage. Alrighty, this one is trapped in hell with Primius and the other one, and it already used its chest ability, so all it can really do is punch, and it's going to punch Primius twice at normal, so they both miss. And Zenius, it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm backing up,
Okay, based.
and I'm gonna shoot this guy.
Okay, sure.
Or no, should I? I think I should detect the one that's not in the hole.
Makes sense.
So I'm gonna go. Over here.
Alrighty.
We're gonna blast.
Alright. Blast. Miss.
Nope.
Hit. Miss. And you're far enough away that the reactivity doesn't hurt you in any way. Alrighty. Corbus.
Well, I get up.
Huge.
And I guess I'll Misty Step to
Alrighty.
over here. And then I'll Frostbite it once more.
Alright, Dex con save.
Con, yeah.
You lift your hand, you point at the creature, you know that if this hits, it'll react like crazy, so... That is... death. It explodes, setting a tree alight, but other than that, it doesn't. No one else is in range of its detonation. Grania. According to my...
My calculations
line of sight here?
is probably death.
I think that would work for line of sight, yeah. Trees don't really... Yeah, these are low. These are like 10 feet high, so you can shoot under their boughs.
Okay,
Low
my
taper
premium.
fade tree.
Imagine if birch trees had a low taper fade. The first and third one hit. Yeah, chunks blow off the elemental. At this point, everyone here is fine except for one person. Maximus, it's your turn. The Pegasus can fly 120 feet. So
Yes. I have a. Oh. Where'd that one go?
they died.
Well, that's unfortunate.
They
I
threw
don't,
it.
Jump on top of it.
I have.
Oh, sorry,
yes,
I was
that's
wrong. It's
exactly
180
what it
feet. If you action dash, it's 180 feet.
I was going to para-drop on top of the thing, but I have zero desire to go.
Yeah, you
near
could
the
just descend to
sphere.
the earth and watch Permeus fight for his life.
I was about to say, I don't want to go anywhere near the sphere of doom and despair.
Yeah.
It's like it is a sphere, right?
It is a
it
sphere,
Gets a
yeah.
bad
20
rep.
feet, goes 20 feet into the air.
Yeah.
This is actually the second time everyone has just watched me try and fight for my life while I'm
Let's see,
like
do I
getting
have
sucked by everything else.
Yeah, but
I
you
remember,
don't
I
take
think it
much
was
damage, don't you?
I think it was like the first session, or maybe the second session of the campaign. The players were fighting
have a
something,
rope.
and I think it was Maximus and Fargrim were like in melee with the enemies, and Yogi used like the sphere for the first time, and I think that's when he realized, oh my god, like this fucks up
Ooh,
my allies
okay.
just as much as my
All right.
enemies.
Okay,
But it's such a cool
Prometheus, Prometheus, you are in luck.
item. Oh,
I have a rope.
whoa!
Oh.
What about when the rope gets sucked into the sphere and you get pulled in as well?
Then he lets go of the rope.
Spaghetti.
Hey.
Well, see, the issue was that I was going to tie the rope to myself because but the other thing is I am incapable of being dismounted, so the rope would just snap.
No, just pull in the horse.
The horse is not stronger than a hempen rope.
It's an interesting thing. I'll contemplate it.
Well, you need to, you kind of need to do that before
Well,
I
you
make
haven't
this
tested this. How would you know?
critical
You've
decision.
never tested horse versus rope versus black hole. Just go based on vibes, and I'll look it up if it comes up.
Oh, wait, sorry, I know exactly. I can just give him 15 feet of rope.
That
It is
what you
impossible.
would say.
It is impossible
no,
for
I
it
put
to.
a rope in a black hole, guys. Trust me.
Yeah. So Alex, I'm gonna fly
Okay.
down to right here. Where? Can I not? Oh. Did that work?
Yep.
Oh.
Here.
Right there. Yeah, there. And then I'm going to give him. How much? If I give him 15 feet of rope because of angles and me being in the air and it being
Yeah.
all weird.
Yeah. Would you like to do the Pythagorean theorem here?
Oh, wait, I don't have to do that. So long as I position myself directly between me, like, position him between me and the black hole, I can just let enough rope out and it'll just get sucked towards the black hole
You're
until
correct.
he can just grab it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can continue
gonna-
to inch down. That is a very funny. Yeah. All right. So you swoop down,
I'm gonna do
and
that,
as your
and then
item
I'm gonna-
interaction, you take hempen rope out of your backpack and you begin to spool it out like spaghetti or pescetti. Sorry, you start to spool it out until, like you said, it gets pulled in a straight line directly towards the black hole. So there's like that's a really funny visual, just like gravity switching essentially as it gets closer and closer to the object.
And then I am going to tie it to myself as well because I feel
Alrighty.
safe doing
Hopefully one of the elementals doesn't grab it. That'd really suck.
that. I would just cut it.
Based. Proteus, it's your turn.
I would like to grab the
Make a
rope.
strength saving throw.
For
He doesn't have to
grabbing rope.
move.
It's not. Yes, he does, actually. All right, you pass. Well, actually, wait a minute. Zenius,
It's a
what's the save?
fail.
Is that
It's
a
a
19?
19. Yeah. He
Proteus,
is not.
you try to move your arm. Like, you basically try to just move to reach out. I mean, it's like a foot away from you or whatever, but the strength of the black hole keeps you from moving. You are locked the fuck in.
Why doesn't it stop me from attacking them?
You know, if you want it to do that, it also can, but it prevents any type of movement within the sphere, including like unassisted movement.
I thought that
Sorry,
is this
system
different than the one that Zenius can just dismiss at any time?
No, he can dismiss it at any time.
Okay.
What? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, this is base. Let him keep going.
Okay,
You'll be fine.
that's right. Maximus just remembered that.
You'll be fine.
So that hits. Woo, Jesus! Is that on the guy in the thing or outside the thing?
Outside, and I'm
All right,
also
that first one
super
hits. That's great.
upset.
The other two missed though.
Yeah.
Are you are you not adding your aura to your saves?
No, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a plus
I
6
have
on strength. The only way to get that is if he had an aura. He doesn't have 21
Well,
strength.
proficiency and decent strength.
Oh, true. That's a good point, actually.
Yeah.
Anyways,
but I
the
have a
30
plus
hits.
12 to charisma.
Jesus Christ! What?
Oh my god, what?
Did you? Oh,
What
that's a
radiant
smite.
is-
Are you smiting?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
It's the crit. Of course he's smiling. That's the class.
Yeah, I mean, this is about half of that like one Rixion thing. So like white light fills the battlefield as you like smite him with the wrath of Aurelian's soul.
you guys need to stop doing
The
that.
thing nearly splits in
Nah,
half.
they need to
Maximus,
continue doing that,
your
actually.
vision starts to blink with like black
I'm gonna
spots
lose.
in it.
This is like the 4th time that's happened.
It's true, like a 50
I hope your
plus
goggles
damage
have
smite.
shades included.
Well,
All right, and you take 10 damage as chunks of reactive material strike your arm and begin to burn into it. But this thing is barely standing.
Am I within 15 feet? No, good, okay.
No, but also it's only the attacker, not everyone.
Oh.
All
I
right,
see.
the one that's currently inside of the thing has already used its chest burst thing, so it's just going to punch you, Prometheus.
first one hits,
Fist.
but also it's got
Face.
to take the damage first.
It does indeed take. Roll it, Zednius. 1d10. Woo! big damage. Big damage. All right, 17 damage, Prometheus.
There's a slim chance I die.
He thinks it's slim. He doesn't know that when he goes down, Zenius is going to grab his soul and then eat it. The other one is going to.
Yummy.
Is he bloodied? I don't see the
He's bloody.
bloody
Well,
marks on him.
Yeah, we normally don't mark it on players, but yeah.
I'm
he
at
is-
34.
I probably would have dropped the orb if I
Well,
knew
he
was
wasn't
like-
bloodied until. To be fair, until just then, he wasn't that bloodied.
Well,
Okay.
and by until just then, he means I have 120 health and I was at 61.
Yeah, which is not bloodied. To be
Go fuck
clear.
yourself.
Technically correct, the
Fuck
best
yourself.
type of correct.
That's a good point.
You know, next time I see you, I'm gonna strangle you. You know that, right?
And then I won't be bloodied because I won't be half dead.
No, you'll be full dead
Yeah, exactly. It's a different condition.
in game.
Alright. This one's gonna attack you twice, Prometheus. Not advantage. So it's just the second one.
Yeah, the second one hits.
Yeah, not advantage though. So don't freak out about big number. 19 damage.
Yeah, don't freak out, Prometheus.
I'm
I'm at
dropping
15.
the
Nightmare,
orb.
nightmare,
Oh
nightmare.
no, the orb drops. No. And the rope goes flaccid and like falls to your feet, Maximus.
Of course
Also,
it
don't
does.
kill him because he's gonna explode and I'm gonna go down.
Ace?
I'm not sure Maximus knows about that.
Well, Zendius, it's your turn.
You just saw it happen.
Did I?
Yeah, you were flying down from the
Uh,
heavens and you watched as one of them
nice.
exploded.
We orb to where it doesn't hit Primius, but it hits the other two. I think that's possible.
It is.
Where? Oh, the orb?
Just like over
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, I'll remove the horses because they fully fled. They were just kind
Also 1d10 level.
so low level.
I just
They're gonna
gotta
die.
save my guy over here.
True. I mean, it's such an easy fight. I mean, no one's even like that injured except for the one who is.
Oh, the fucking die.
And me, I'm also bloodied.
You don't count.
That is what happens when the party tank runs away.
Conducting necessary reconnaissance. All right. Cool. Yeah, you summon the orb. Let's get dex saves from both of the fellas. Bing bong. One pass, one fail. Oh, the bloodied one. Roll a d10. It may be a spaghetti angle. Sorry, Paschetti angle. No, he's okay. He's okay. Jesus, that was rough. That was a rough. There's like basically only a sliver of metal holding that whole like elemental together. It's near death.
It has
Corvus.
1 HP.
Yeah.
Just disengage, you fool.
So those are the last two.
Yep, those are the last two.
Do I have anything I'd like to do here? I'm on fire, aren't I?
No.
Did I get hit by a melee attack earlier?
You did. I just don't view human beings as inherently flammable. I'm more thinking like dried sticks and stuff like that. Not that you can't burn a human, just that they're not super flammable.
Depends on how
Um,
fat they are, I guess.
Rather, even though like
Even then
to
it's
burn
still
fat, you still have to
flammable.
get through like watery skin, which isn't very.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
good point.
Unless you get like flame jelly.
I suppose I'll
He's
walk over to
super
Grania
hydrated.
and ask her to heal me. And I'll pass my turn.
That
Base, Granny, it's your turn.
y'all are
You're
wild back there.
I mean, I'm
Oh,
not gonna. Why would I walk up any closer when I'm, or like
Based-
attack when I'm about
Dang!
to, when I would kill Premiers with it?
Previous, I will
Based
say, since you're no
Grania.
longer like actively getting sucked into the void, I think you would notice Corvus just walking away casually while you're like fighting for your life.
Well, the thing is that
man.
if I attacked the enemies there, then they would have chain exploded on him and he would have taken even more damage.
No.
Yeah. Well,
Shoot
Granny,
this
it's your
one.
turn.
Yeah, but that was
Is it not?
chain.
Oh, I
Only
can't.
one.
I can't see the two of them in the.
I know it's don't worry about it.
Two.
It's because the way I could fix it, but it's too much effort. Granny, it's your turn.
Cage. Because you said the things explode within 15 feet, right? When they get hit.
Yeah.
So no matter what, I'm gonna hit both. Yeah, okay. There you go, Corvus.
Yippee.
Yippee.
Oh.
He's doing calculations.
Oh. I have. Wait. Yeah. So if you hit one of these creatures, it will only damage you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have
Unless it
an
explodes,
idea.
in which case it does AoE.
That's the problem that they're close enough
But-
together.
But it has to die, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I
Or
have
if it
an
gets
idea.
sucked into the void, then obviously that doesn't apply. Okay, was that your whole turn, Grania?
Yeah.
Oh, you got me. This is your turn.
All
You
right.
said yeah, but it was like a meow.
Okay. With like the Pegasus's movement and my movement, and the fact it only cost me 5 feet to dismount, can I make it like that square right there?
Brother, you can just get there on horseback. Like, it flies 90 feet without dashing.
Oh! If I attack this thing from horseback, it won't damage the horse, will it?
No, it'll damage you.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that.
Based.
Okay, yeah, and
Prometheus, a Valkyrie, descends from the heavens. Mountain Maximus mounted atop of Pegasus.
Maximus is my goat.
He's your savior. He's an angel.
It's actually named after him. This whole campaign. It's called his actual name is
Mithdosica. Yeah, it's actually Maximus Mithdosica.
I was gonna say his actual name is Paximus.
I'm going to stab this thing 3 times with my lance.
I will say, this is a very sick image. Just like, because, you know, a session ago, we're like normal guy mounted on horseback, but something about the Pegasus really just makes it pretty fucking epic.
Azix was
gonna have
right.
to-
Maximus the goat.
Maximus.
Fuck. There we go. Okay. Mink.
Hit.
Mink.
Miss. Yeah. He knows the
season
AC.
for me.
No!
Damage. And then
Ooh,
I'm going
oops.
to use a brand new feature I just got.
Whoa! 13th level fighter
way.
feature?
Well, no, it's a
Me want to
feat.
attack?
Let me put it in the
Savage attacker?
chat.
Question mark? Shield.
No,
Oh.
Shield Master. When you take the attack action, you can use a bonus action to try and shove a creature within 5 feet
Ooh.
of you with your shield.
All right.
I'm going to
Blasted strength.
Oh, yeah, he's toasted.
Well, you can still roll a
It
natural
is-
one.
I suppose I could, yes. Although, that's the only thing that would make me fail. Yeah.
Eat it.
They
Nope.
eat it. All right, you shove him backwards, and the void begins to call. All the chips of like his body that you broke off begin to get sucked into the vortex. Now you do take some
Speaking
damage.
of which, I was about to say, do I have to make the
yeah,
dex
2
save?
dex saves. Though I think you get.
You
Yeah,
get
shield
plus
if
3
I
to
Yeah,
If-
there's 2 separate shield master things for this, but just make the saves first.
My shield's only a +2. Bonk.
That's 2 passes. So you would take half damage. normally.
Let me go. Let's see. Subject.
I don't
You
think
could
he takes
reduce
any-
the 8 to 0 as a
Effect of
reaction.
two separate effects.
Yeah,
It's 2 separate effects.
it is 2 separate effects. Yeah.
All right. Whichever one did the most damage. Yeah, I'll make the 8 a 0.
You take 2 damage.
Sick.
Alrighty.
I finally bested you, Alex.
What do you mean bested me?
I made
This encounter
the,
is basically over. They're just watching Pervious get his ass beat.
No. I made the greatest weakness of the AC tank
Oh.
less important.
Well, that's not the greatest weakness. The greatest weakness is polymorph.
Well, actually, no. The greatest
Pervious,
weakness
it's
is
your turn.
heat metal.
Oh, yeah,
Heat metal.
just fucking burn you alive. You're lucky these things can't cast spells, because that would definitely be a spell they had.
That's an
I'm
excellent
gonna
point.
disengage and just walk away.
Walk away slowly and then down cry.
Yeah, and then right about here, I'll like sit down and just like
Just sit down and take a deep breath.
What the fuck? What has my life become?
Oh,
How did I
man.
get here?
Alrighty, this thing's gonna try to move. Strength save, fail. Dex save. gets sucked. No, it doesn't get sucked. It
Oh,
just
it
remains
passes.
standing right there. Let's see if it can recharge its orbital artillery. Nope.
Oh no.
D10 Zennius.
Here it comes.
Okay. Maximus, everyone else is pretty far away, but you get like front row seating. This elemental was held together by this narrow band of bismuth or some other type of alkali metal holding it together. And you watch as by feet first, it begins to get like crunched downward by this portal. And as its basically waist and lower is devoured by the void, its torso begins to react, you know, like it's about to explode. And just as the explosion begins, like you can see this flash of light starting to spread in your vision, even the fire, even this like last burst of reactivity is absorbed by the void. A little bit concerning, I'd say. just a little bit.
Oh God, I hate magic.
Yeah, we blast the last guy.
Alrighty.
Some Eldritch.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's fucked. He's stuck in the infinite blunder. Hit, miss, hit, and yeah, you blow off chunks of it. Bursting reactive material begins to fly off his body, but these little chips get sucked right into the void.
Wait,
Corvus.
where's the damage come from in these chips flying everywhere?
It's when they make contact with skin and start burning through your flesh.
I have no exposed skin.
Yeah, you do.
Where?
Gaps in your armor, silly Billy.
Wouldn't I have chainmail under that?
Yeah, it'll just worm its way through. Little tiny chips.
Right. Fair enough.
Corvus.
I kind of just shrug and frostbite the last guy. Now that that Primus is out of the way.
Okay, sure. Double damage, that is 24, instantly bloodying it. Once again, the chips get sucked away. This thing is very fucked. Grania.
Maximus is how close to it?
He's within
Close
15
enough.
feet.
Yep.
He hasn't taken much damage. He'll be.
Nah, he'll be fine.
What about the horse?
He'll be fine. They all hit.
Fuck.
Alrighty. It does not explode, but it is highly, highly destabilized. You could just walk away, Maximus, and let the void devour it.
Yeah, that's what I plan on doing.
Alright.
But I am not a peon who walks places anymore.
True.
I'm just gonna fly up into the air.
Alrighty, you fly upwards. Permeus, you take a deep breath, and then you all watch now as the Kumburo gets like ground across the dirt and then gets sucked upwards. It's like using its hands, despite having no head. There's like a remarkable humanness to it as it uses its hands to like claw against the snow, violently resisting being pulled into this dimension of hell. And then right as its like lower torso is fully folded and collapsed, it begins to react and then explode, and then even the flames are squelched. And the woods go silent.
Alex, is the sphere like a singularity kind of thing, or
Yes.
is it like a large?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just a
so-
singularity.
All right,
And the
I'll,
closer you get, the stronger the force gets.
I'll fly over to Zednius.
Hey,
Does that go somewhere?
it's kind of like a trash heap.
A trash heap?
It just goes in a big pile of other stuff that goes there. It's not really. I don't know. I don't know how to get there.
Yeah, but where is it?
A void? I'm not sure.
What do you mean a void? What?
Do you want to like poke your head in?
What? No, not particularly. No. I was just curious because they all get taken in there. I would imagine it goes somewhere.
Yeah, I never really thought that far. Yeah, it definitely goes somewhere.
Although I suppose it would mostly just be a bunch of mush and
It's
now
just a lot
metal
of
bits.
gore and like loose paper and
Nednius, are you holding Hetmenery at the moment?
Wouldn't even be that. It'd just be liquid.
I wasn't, no, because I haven't been
That's
fighting.
fair, that's fair.
Fighting with my fists anyway, or my sword.
Also, why did you just sit there and let Permeus get, like...
He was fine.
Beaten to death? I look over at Permeus. Does he look fine?
Permeus, how do you look right now?
Look,
I think
the trees were covering up how bad it was. I thought he was going to be okay.
I look over at
I thought he was
Permeus,
strong enough to make it out of the
He is,
orb.
like, on the ground. Beat the fuck up. Thought he was gonna be okay, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is he okay?
I couldn't see through the trees, but I mean, he looks fine.
You could see well enough to shoot one of them while I was down there.
Yeah, but those guys are like glowing red magma.
He's right. They are glowing red magma.
I look at Prometheus's glowing eyes.
That's not as bright. You don't even try. That's not as bright.
I remember being blinded by his giant
the smite, yeah, but that's different. It's not like the smite shows that he's hurt.
That thing, I remember when you first got that, or the first time I saw it. It has gotten much scarier since then.
I mean, you've gotten much scarier since we were just starting out too.
Well, yeah, but all I'm saying is don't assume that we'll be able to worm our way out of whatever horribles you conjure from the Aether.
I was not gonna let him get sucked up, okay?
But you couldn't see him. How would you have known?
It's just like a sense I've got.
But you couldn't sense he was hurt, huh?
No, but I could sense if he's going in the orb, I think, right?
Yeah, he's lying.
Look, I've never... Has anyone in our party in the year that we've been going, has any ally touched the orb?
He's right. No. I don't think any has.
I've definitely.
I've got good control over it.
I've touched the orb once. Prometheus has actually.
That sounds like a Prometheus problem then.
As far as I can tell,
no judges have died from the orb.
As far as I can tell, your control extends to turning it on and off, which I suppose is good, but just be careful.
Well, as you guys all take a breather to recover, I would like to say my favorite orb moment was when I think it was on the Deadwood Frontier when you like chain reaction absorbed like 30 undead in one turn because you got like a 3d10 or something.
I just did like a max charge.
Yeah, a max charge one, and it was fucking disgusting, bro. It was like all of them being sucked in like fucking noodles being like obliterated in the fucking singularity.
Well, yeah, I suppose there'd be a lot of wood chips in there too, wherever there is.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, lots of trees and pieces of wood. Yeah, not wrong.
Like random bits of the ground.
Well, our travel to Oviocello was interrupted with this. And yeah, we can all take a breather. So taking stock of things, is everyone healthy?
No.
Looking...
Ready to help. Help me.
You're the healer.
Yeah, and I healed myself.
You should heal yourself now.
Well, we can continue on.
I was at 10! I started with 120!
We could continue on to Oviocello if we wish.
Yeah, we could point fingers all we want, but, you know.
There you go.
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh, fuck.
Let's keep going.
All right.
5.
I've already died once. It's true.
I'm gonna fly back up. Although keeping a very close eye on the ground this time.
Yeah, the correct route was taking a left, to answer your question. Yeah, you guys begin to follow the trail, and Maximus, you descend to the earth. I mean, maybe not fully to the earth, but like 20 feet up. And
seems weird to fly if I don't have to.
I guess, yeah, you descend to the ground then. And you guys begin to ply your way through the trees, and slowly you see a single little sign that reads, Oviocella. To denote that this town exists. It is one narrow street. The whole town's contained on this one street. There's several ruined buildings, 3 like completely destroyed buildings, and the rest of the town is empty. There's no signs of people, no signs of animals, no signs of chimneys rising with smoke. It's empty.
No signs of a struggle either?
I mean, other than the 3 destroyed houses, that's clearly a struggle-related thing. But the rest of the town, no. It's not like the buildings were pillaged; they're just empty.
I'll walk through a few of them, or like a couple of them. However many
This
there
was
are.
there's people just. What it looks like is people packed up their stuff and left. These houses are like completely empty. Like all the food, all the supplies, all the furniture, anything that could be taken with you is gone.
Is there a straw in
Max?
one of the stables?
There is no stable. It's too small. It's a village.
Shit. Oh, yeah.
Is there tracks from them? Like from where they could have gone?
Yeah, let's get a party-wide survey. I was about to say surveillance check. What the fuck? That's like I don't even know what that is.
Survival.
Yeah, survival. Yes. Yeah, the illness is ruining my thoughts. Yeah, party-wide survival check.
Guys, it's the illness, I swear.
No, it is. Go. Yeah.
Rolling,
I'm sick.
rolling a lot of 24s this session.
I'm rolling a lot of like.
What could the universe
real
mean by
bad
this?
rolls.
Maximus, Grania, Primius. Your Bible.
I did roll
I
one.
meant
That's
Zedius, not Maximus.
Oh. Can I guidance myself first with my new cool item?
That means you have to
Do you have
touch
to make like an
Material, right?
check?
No, it's a amulet. It's an amulet we bought that's
Oh.
warlock only. I gotta make
Yeah,
a
yeah,
DC
that's-
10
that is
int
I
cool.
check.
think you should just touch hit Menariel.
Yeah, make an int check
Just
and
for fun,
to make
honestly.
the survival thing.
Oh. Yeah.
You gotta know. Oh, that's right. You're stupid.
So what is guidance? It's an extra D.
It's just a D4. D4.
I forgot about that.
Because of this ring.
Yeah, the ring's making him dumb but big, and he prefers to be big, handsome man than smart, handsome man.
Yeah, all this HP, I can't turn it down. Okay, I don't want to die.
And then you
Wow.
let your boy get sucked into the orb.
He didn't die.
All that
I have
HP.
Spare the dying anyway.
Primius. Survival check.
Spare the dying would have helped him if he had gotten spaghettified.
Your Honor, he's still alive.
That is definitely the same energy as in like League of Legends when someone says, "Well, it worked, didn't it?" Alrighty. So, party wide, we got a 24. 14, okay. Grania and Maximus looking around the area. The two of you find very different types of tracks. Grania, you go over to the 3 destroyed buildings, and you can find evidence of a giant. Maybe not specifically a giant, but a giant creature with humanoid footprints. So maybe Cyclops, Hill Giant, something like that. Maximus, you, with a bit of more of an aerial view, can see that while the giant tracks lead to the east, the footprints of the people, the inhabitants of the village, follow roughly the path that you guys took. So they probably, the exact timeline of events is hard to say, but at some point, the entire population of this town abandoned the village. Clearly, not that much long after the Cyclops or Giant or whatever else arrived at the village, because those 3 buildings that were destroyed are still destroyed. It's not like they began to rebuild. Those buildings got destroyed, and then they left.
Okay. Well, I'll fly back to the ground.
Yep.
While we're doing this, I'd like to use a... Oh, wait. Xenius permanently just has Detect Magic, doesn't he?
I have to trigger it on, basically, but yeah.
Yeah, you should do that.
Okay. What are you looking for?
I don't know. Magic?
Magic?
Okay, well, I know this is going to be
Uh-oh.
pretty crazy, Zednius, but there's actually magic all around you. It's on Corvus, it's on
Oh my
Grania, it's
God.
on Maximus, it's on Primius.
No way.
That's it, though.
I don't know if anyone's ever asked this before. Most likely, we've been at it for a while. But can he see the magic from the fluttering one?
Yeah. But I believe when we've discussed it before, it's so closely pressed to Dota, because humans have like magic, especially spellcasters. They have like notable magic, and since the fluttering one is always buried in Grania's hair, disambiguating that versus Dota's inherent magic would be very difficult. Like you'd have to be standing right next to her and like looking for it, which is never what Zennius is doing.
Fair enough. There was a giant something that came in here and destroyed everything. And then the people left very shortly afterwards.
Does this fit approximately with the size the tracks that look like are there claws on the track marks?
No, humanoid.
Humanoid,
large?
humanish.
How large? Like, giant sized.
Okay, so would a Cyclops approximately make sense here?
Yeah.
Sure. I take him over to look at them.
Yeah, Corvus stands in the footprint, as big as his body. He's like, Cyclops.
Scooby-Doo ass.
Yeah, it's like in, I think it's Jurassic Park, where like they stand in the T-Rex's footprint and they're like, what is this?
Well, the scientific method, okay?
Yeah, fair enough. Well, where does your scientific method guide you?
It guides me to sleep.
Hope.
We could either follow the tracks, or we could just move on. I don't think this is particularly relevant to our mission, right?
I don't know. I'm sure Permeus could use a rest.
You want to rest here?
Oh, why not? It's got a house, isn't it?
Well, but yes. So maybe you'd want to rest somewhere where the place isn't actually destroyed, and things might come back here for more. I don't think Cyclops are known to be particularly intelligent.
Did we fight a Cyclops, or what were they that we fought?
I think you guys fought ogres.
Okay.
I don't think you fought any giants.
The ogres were at least
you saw a stone giant. But yeah, ogres are real dumb. Yeah, you guys baited them real easily.
Oh, that's right. Wasn't that the one where we hypnotic patterned them and then killed them one by one?
Yeah, it was actually really fucking gruesome. You just executed them when they were completely defenseless.
Did they have the items that were communicating with each other?
Yeah. They did.
Anywho, who else is for staying here, if anyone?
I'm for staying here, I guess.
I mean, it's later in the day, so.
Permeus, Sednius.
Sure. Well, you pick a house with a nice little hearth in it, and you start to break out the travel rations. You boil up some rice. You get some jerky handed out to the different folks. You are sort of the party chef, in the sense that you give them food, less so in the sense you do any cooking.
Well, I was about to say sucks for everyone then.
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna say more like the quartermaster.
Yeah. And Corvus, you smoke some of your pipe weed. Do you have a fire moss addiction? Is that a thing? Or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, you should get one of those. They're cool.
Can confirm.
I think it was Zennius who got it. Who had Health Lake? I don't remember. It's been too long.
Yeah, Zennius and Renesmee did Health Lake.
Oh, that was
I remember.
Classic.
And Artemis, maybe? I don't know. We partied one time a little too hard.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember.
But yeah, you each take out your own vices and begin to relax as the evening sets in. It's real fucking cold. I mean, it's the dead of December, and you're in the mountains, so snow begins to fall down. And luckily, your horses and the Pegasus can just go up inside of one of the houses and sleep in there. So you're in one house, they're in an adjacent house. Yeah.
Does the Pegasus sleep?
No.
It's really creepy.
Always
It's a
watching.
constructed life form. It's creepy as fuck.
I'll look over to Primius. Can it stand guard? Like, could I tell it to make a noise if it hears something or smells something?
Well, I can
See something?
instruct it telepathically, but it can't really. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it follows my instructions pretty well after you told it to.
I think it can actually, because it doesn't sleep and it
Doesn't
follows
sleep, doesn't eat, doesn't drink.
Though if we
Just-
leave it outside, it may attract something.
So, just have it stand guard.
Well, I don't want it to get eaten by an ogre. Or whatever it is.
Well, it doesn't matter. You just have it in the house that we're sleeping.
I suppose
Wait,
it doesn't smell
It doesn't
or-
get tired, right?
Nope.
It would alert Primius,
Can
right?
it just
if it's
fly
coming back?
guard?
Could fly guard, yeah.
Oh yeah, it can't just fly guard. Okay.
It can just fly
Well, let's not
permanently.
have. If there's a dragon about, I don't want it something hovering.
I suppose
Alright.
that's you make a point.
Fuck it, we're not doing it. I got the bracelet of warning anyway, we'll be alright.
Alright, I forgot about that thing.
You guys drift off and get some sleep. While you rest, those of you who are spellcasters, so everyone except for Maximus,
Yeah.
each of you will. Your dreams are the same as usual. But, like, okay, here's an example. Corvus, you frequently have nightmares about getting caught, about your, connection to the Sons of the Republic being revealed, a show trial, like an execution. It's probably one of your most core nightmares. However, this time, the dream unfolds like usual. But there is a pair of molten eyes lingering in the corner of the dream. Same for Zennius. You dream of tight spaces, of death, of when you died. But there's this additional pair. And I don't think any of you, same for Grandius, same for Primius, and I don't think any of it really stands out while you're in the dream. It's only when you guys wake up in the morning that each of you remembers.
Well, don't I?
Yeah.
Since I have the dream spell, would I be able to pick out an observer? Since I am an observer quite often.
No, because the dream spell is. This is why the dream spell is super fucked. You can sculpt the dream however you want, meaning you can also make it so that the person who's dreaming doesn't remember the dream, or the person who's dreaming.
No, the dream says you remember like every single part of it. The spell
Really?
doesn't.
Okay, then you
Yeah.
could sculpt the dream so that
Or
they
every
don't know you're
single-
even
yeah.
listening, like that you're
Okay.
even there. You and the willing creature, it doesn't sleep. Enters a true acting as a messenger. While in a trance, can make move or action to sleep. Huh. Oh, you're right. That's so weird. Either way, you guys all wake up in the morning remembering the dream. And I think it's notable that while a lot of the details of the dream fade away for each of you, because these are just normal dreams, not prophetic ones, but the imagery of those two burning eyes staring at you remains. Either way, it's the next morning. You guys can all get the
What
benefits of a
color
short
were-
rest.
Time to roll a
What
lot of
color
hit
were the
dice.
What was that, Yogi?
What color were the burning eyes?
Let me go double check. I think they're orange. I'll go get you an exact description. A pair of bony-eyed sockets with red eyes. Was that your jerky eating noise?
It was the waking up noise. The jerky eating is
Oh,
for a bit later.
okay. I felt
Do I
real
notice
immersed right there.
anything? I'm good. That's good. Do I notice anything about all four of these bozos?
Nah, they probably look the same as usual.
Okay.
They
I
slept
look
fine
way
and all that.
better than I did yesterday.
Oh yeah, true. No more, burn marks across your entire body. Bro was looking like a leper.
Yeah.
Skull emoji.
I look better, Permeus.
Feel better too.
That's
Oh my
good.
God. Maybe. I don't know, man.
That was probably Permeus's dream last night. Just the image of all of his fellow judges abandoning him to die horribly.
Yeah. Well, I think normally he just dreams about burning alive.
Yeah, that was pretty rough when that happened.
Deserved.
Unforgettable, even.
And then Granny is just dreaming of like the Fey Wood, honk shmee shmee style. The three of like the Corvus, Zendius, and Brumius are just like dreaming of hell, and Granny is just like, Fey.
I wish I was home.
Yeah, yeah, click my heels type shit. All right, so the morning starts. What are we doing now? Are we talking about the eyes? Or I mean, you guys are. I don't even know. What do you guys want to do? It's up to you.
All right, time to get moving.
I suppose, but where? Good God.
I mean, so we were instructed to come here and find the location of the... We're here to find the body, aren't we?
I thought we were gonna make a drawing of the place, right? Oh, okay.
Both.
Yeah.
So now that we're here, we know the ogre passed through here before.
Cyclops.
Probably the Cyclops. So
Actually.
let's try and find
Lovely.
the trail, because that's where it died.
You guys head out to the other cabin, gather together your horses, and as the snow drops down. Oh my god, I'm about to sneeze.
Bless you.
Sorry, keep going.
You stupid bastard.
No, I'm just sick. I'm sick.
Maybe we should leave the horses, just to try and be as subtle as possible.
I'd rather not.
I don't mind leaving mine behind.
Alex needs to
Yeah, I don't care about it.
Everyone
It's
laugh.
fine.
You what?
I said Alex sneezed again. Everyone laugh.
No, don't.
Laughing.
All right, so yeah, I mean the rest of the party can leave their horses behind, and Maximus can remain mounted because it sounds like he doesn't want to leave his Pegasus.
Well, I mean, if that's...
It is the
If we
most
really wanted to be
conspicuous thing in the party, yeah. But
Well, I was about to say, if we really want to be sneaky, I would have to, like, tape my eyes closed.
no, you okay? It's daytime. Your eyes won't give you away.
All right.
During nighttime, yeah, but you're not quite the level where even during the day you're like a second sun. Once you get to like 18th level, 17th level, then you're just cooked. I mean,
I suppose I can leave it behind in the name of stealth as I get off of it and I make the most horrific rattling noise possible.
alrighty. You guys leave the horses behind and begin to progress through the snowy valley. It's not hard to follow the Cyclops' trail. This towering behemoth destroyed many of the low branches of the trees of this valley. And so following the trail is not hard. What is hard is the temperature and the conditions. So just like going person by person. I mean, Maximus, so you're in plate with like a furry cloak around your shoulder, right?
Yeah.
So you're fine for this temperature. Zendius, you're in more of like casual attire, right? Like silky, flowing silks and stuff.
Yeah, I've got fine clothes. I've also got a pair of common clothes in my bag of holding.
Okay, are you gonna? I forget you have a bag of holding sometimes. Are you gonna double up on like double layer?
If I feel the need to, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I would double layer.
It's a chilly day. What about you, Corvus? What's your attire looking like?
I have an extra pair of common clothes. I think I'll double layer a little bit.
All right, and then Grania.
Mine is just my leather armor and then my robes on top of it.
Okay, so it'll be a bit of a chillier day. Previous, what about you?
Well, I have the armor, and then I also
Yep.
have fine clothes, so...
Yeah.
or not
Yeah, it's the
fine
same as
clothes,
Grania.
just regular clothes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
same as Grania.
the five of you begin to progress through this snowy valley, and your breath kind of puffs in the air in front of you. Your noses turn red as you continue to walk. The snow has piled up quite a bit, but Cyclops footprints, like, compress the dirt itself. This is not like a snow track. This is like an earth track. So following it is quite easy. But it is cold and uncomfortable. And I think, do any of you have, like, oh, Corvus, sometimes you snap your fingers and have like a little like fire in your hand. That's a cantrip, right?
Uh,
Isn't it like produce
Firebolt,
flame or
yeah.
something, or like firebolt, or?
I use Firebolt for that.
Okay.
Mostly.
Yeah, you just have
And
a
I can
little
also
like.
press vegetate.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you just have a little flame burning in your hand, and I think each of you, adapts to the cold in your own way. Maximus mostly just trudges through it, I would imagine. And the trail that you're following likely would have been difficult in different times, but since the Cyclops cleared most of it out, it's like a 20-30 minute walk to get to the gorge. And let me move us to the gorge battle map. Not that there's going to be battle, just that. Yeah, don't worry about it. Cool. You've seen this map once before, by the way, when Corvus was scrying. This map's real big. You guys can find your tokens way at the bottom.
Okay, so simple deal. I think Zednius puts the body in the bag of holding, and
well, we'll see.
Get ahead of us.
At present, though, this is a gorge nestled in between two saddles. In between two ridges. It's a saddle between two ridges. There are several broken, like, stone pillars from a pre-Mythosian civilization here. There's also a pond. There is the rotting, festering corpse of a Cyclops. The massive glyph, which now being here in person, it is, like, insanely big. And then the tiny, charred corpse of Mother Plution.
First things first, pass without a trace and invisibility.
Really?
Anyone against that?
Did we do that right away?
I mean, how long wouldn't you want to do it preemptively before?
Well, no, we're not expecting to fight, are we?
Right. So we should try and avoid a fight.
I guess.
What are you expecting to fight?
The dragon.
I just don't want to run into a dragon.
I mean, you are in open terrain right now. This would be the worst place to encounter a dragon.
We should leave our horses at the tree.
You left the horses way back at the town.
Oh, I thought you guys decided against that, but yeah.
Nope. You guys are in the valley without your horses.
Okay, good. Yeah, I'm up with. We can do invisibility.
I mean, you guys can also just move your tokens on the map. I mean, it's not combat. I'm just showing you the map. I will also say, magic. Can I? Oh, sorry, Yogi.
Detect magic on?
Yes, I was actually about to say your detect magic will help with this. Can I get party-wide investigation check? And just for Zednius, because you did activate detect magic, a lingering aura of. Let me look up what type of spell this is, or what school of magic this spell is. A lingering aura of evocation hangs over the valley. It's very faint, though. It'll probably fade in a couple more days.
Evocation?
Evocation.
Are there any signs of, fire magic? Is there some, embers or, some ash?
Not exactly.
That's what I totally think.
Yeah, with that investigation check, I think the main thing that you guys notice is all of you pulled upon different sources of information to figure out how this battle went. What you find on the ground here doesn't exactly match what you were expecting. What you were expecting was, lots of deep claw marks in the earth because, the bronze dragon ate people. What you actually find, though, is these strange areas where all the grass is dead. Not burned, not incinerated, with the bronze dragon, but just dead. You also find areas where there is evidence of a massive creature, specifically where you guys are standing about now. like in this area, there's evidence of something way bigger than the bronze dragon, like just kind of sitting there, and it has like clawed hands similar to a dragon. There's also like lots of little details, like the portal that admitted the bronze dragon is way bigger than the bronze dragon was, yet in the scrying it seemed roughly equivalent in size, like the bronze dragon was about the same size. There's just a lot of little weird things, like this pillar over here has giant claw marks in it that are way too big to have been put in by the bronze dragon.
Hey, Corvus?
Yeah?
Is it possible the illusions shown by the my goodness, what is his name again?
The Ecclesiarch?
The Ecclesiarch, and every image we've seen of this dragon was lying? Is that possible?
Is that magic that not only falsifies divination, but tricks it to display something entirely different? And if yes, how powerful would that be?
Yeah, so the answer, the short version is not that you know of, but if it were to exist, which there's no reason why it couldn't, spells it's similar to that do exist, that would be incredibly high level magic. In fact, it would be beyond anything currently possible. It would likely be elven in origin, because they are, for their many faults, the pinnacle of arcane development.
So I'll say it's hypothetically possible, though unheard of.
None of these line up at all.
They do not. These claw mark. Wait. The Beast of Atlia. Nobody could ever scry on it. There's a good chance it failed because there was no Beast of Atlia in the way they thought. Did you think?
That it went back through the portal it came through?
That it's not what everyone thinks it is.
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe it's failing because it's not a bronze dragon. There never was a bronze dragon.
What?
I'm gonna go look at the body of the judge.
Yeah, the body does look as it looked when you scryed. It is a body which has been subjected to such incredibly high temperatures for such a brief period of time that it is basically reduced to this like blackened, embered crust, and there are like deep channels that run through it as wind and other things have begun to tear apart this like ashen remnant of a human being. It looks like it would collapse if you even touched it. Also, it has no magical items, which I think is worth noting because these were judges of the Empire. I mean, each of you has like 5, 6, 7 or more magical items. This has none because those would not burn. They are immune. They don't have physical properties in that sense.
Does the ground around her look burnt, charred?
Yeah, it's about from where you're standing to over there. So in about a 5-foot radius around her, the earth is not just charred, not just burned, like eviscerated, like it's gone. Like all the grass there is like blackened dust. The ground itself is like scorched beyond recognition.
Does it smell of sulfur?
No, it smells of very little actually.
Should we do that picture before we start mucking with anything?
I guess I'll start with my arcane knowledge and trained hand. Scribe down as precisely as possible this glyph circle.
Yeah, since you scribed on it
9
before.
pieces of parchment, so I'll make it but like in a 3x3 pattern, like what do you call it? Grid, basically.
Yeah, this is going to take a while, so we'll talk about what you find afterward, but you instantly notice there are things here in real life that were not present when you scryed upon it. This is a functioning magical circle. What you saw in the scrying was a patchwork of random arcane terminology that meant nothing outside of a glyph. This, though, this is powerful and big, very big. Just for context, teleportation circles are about 5 feet across, and this is the most advanced form of like arcane circles that can currently be made. This is 40 feet across.
Good God.
There's also the giant rotting corpse of the Cyclops deeper in the valley. But as for the rest of you guys, while Corvus is working on that, what are you guys gonna do?
The portal's not still open, is it?
No.
What's this? Is that just a pool of water over there, Alex?
Yeah, it is.
All right, I'll go over there, I guess.
Oh yeah, my bad.
What are you gonna look for?
Well, actually, there's a body over here. Is that the body of a...
Yeah, that's the judge that got...
What's her nuts?
What's her nuts? Her name's Mother Plution.
Yeah, there you go, that one.
I knew her. You're being dishonorable.
Dishonorable.
To my friend.
That's us. I guess I'll go have a look at the body of the Cyclops instead.
Yeah, I mean, it's big. You've never seen a Cyclops before, but this one's real big. The cause of death is relatively obvious. There is even though the body is like a rotting carcass, like it's been out for 3 weeks, so the process of skeletonization is beginning, and it's already long since liquefied. But the skull shows its cause of death. The entire upper back half is caved inward, like shattered completely. Something struck a Cyclops on the back of the head so hard that it died instantly.
Huh. Are there like shards of it? Like shards of the broken skull left?
Yeah, on the ground near where it fell. Like it hasn't been moved since it fell to the ground. Also notably, it's not charred in any way. This was probably killed by the Imperial judges, not the Beast of Alia.
Which one of the judges do I think could have even done this?
One of them was named Marcus Viria. He had a fire giant warhammer and a belt of giant strength.
Yeah, it was probably him.
It was him, yeah. He did something like 45, 50 damage every time he hit, and he had 3 attacks per round, so...
I don't know, how the fuck did he get up there, though?
It was something, all right.
Oh, that's right, I forgot they played this out.
Yeah.
Alex, are there any large discrepancies I notice between the replay and standing here?
I mean, other than everything I already listed. No, I guess.
Here you realize.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of stuff. It's mostly related to the dragon, though. The Cyclops is where it fell. Mother Plution looks as she was at the end. But almost everything related from the dragon, from its size to its abilities to the magic hanging over the valley to the lack of scorching like plasma where there should be plasma, to the dead grass in these big patches, like something passed over them and killed them. It just all points towards that not being a very accurate depiction. There are also, and this is very minor, which is why I didn't mention it first, there's also these little shards of bones scattered across the valley, like no bigger than an index finger. But the bone is black.
I'd like to inspect one of the bones to see if I can identify like what part of an animal it came from.
Roll me a investigation check, since it's hands-on.
It's an animal.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an animal bone. It's actually metallic. You're not sure what metal it is because you're not like a metallurgist guy, but even though it looks like it has the bone shards in a very particular way, because it has high brittleness but high compressive strength, this has all those properties, but when you inspect it, it's like someone made a bone out of metal, I think is the best way to describe it, and this is a shard of that bone.
I think I'll... Zednia, sir, is there any magic tied to this bone?
I walk up to Permeus. Do I see?
Yeah, this is equivalent. There is a lingering enchantment spell. Sorry, abjuration, not enchantment. There's a lingering abjuration spell on this shard of bone that is equivalent to roughly 9th level. Also, there's lingering necromancy on the bone, equivalent to roughly 9th level.
Yeah, there's some really powerful magic on this.
What is abjuration again?
Protection magic.
It could also be like the glyph of warding. You touch it and it explodes.
True. But he's holding it right now and it hasn't blown him up yet. So
nice.
And be clear, it's not like an active magical effect. It's that once this shard was a part of something that did have that effect on it. Now it's just like slowly draining.
Okay. I think I'm going to take it in order to give to the Master of Judges for inspection.
Sure. Alrighty. Well, Corvus, you've gotten the chance to not really begin your sketch, but to try to understand what this glyph says. And I'm about to say a lot of magical terminology, so feel free to ask me any clarifying questions on stuff.
Yeah.
A glyph of warding is formed by a series of combined arcane phrases that form into a very simple statement, like when, door, open, boom. Something like this is the level of simplicity we're talking about. Because arcane script with miniature errors will result in spell fizzling or spell failure. As a wizard in particular, other people don't really interact with magic in this way, but for you, it's almost like a language that you have to learn and be 100% accurate with. You know, if you get the wrong pronoun, the spell will not function. This is using a type of complexity of arcane script that is way beyond you. Like, you know, glyph of warding, less than a sentence. This thing is sentences and sentences and sentences. And if you see, like, on the actual asset on the map, these concentric circles, each of these circles is another ward within the main ward that has, like, additional clauses to add on to it. And
so
not
what you're
only
saying
this,
is basically like the other thing is like a regular like for a while loop or like a when if statement. This is like a whole fucking program.
Yes, this is a whole program. That's actually a perfect analogy. Yeah, this is a whole program. And there's snippets you can get out of this. Like, for example, you look at one of these inner wards and you say, okay, that says something similar to like a guards and ward spell. Like it prevents some sort of like eavesdropping, like teleportation. So maybe that's the scrying clause of this overall program. But what the overall program itself means is way beyond you. Like you could spend... You're not sure if you'd ever be able to translate it because it's so far beyond any magic, not only from this period, but anything you've ever read. Like some of the spells you guys currently use are directly passed down from the elves. This is like very fucking complex.
I'm gonna spend as much time as I can scribing it down as precisely as possible because this could like catapult research into magic forward like hundreds of years.
Yeah. Well, Maximus and the rest of you guys, one sec. Oh my god, I'm dying. The rest of you finish searching the valley, and I think one by one you start to linger over at Corvus, and he is like a madman scribbling down on 9 different sheets of paper, like trying to capture the likeness of this ward. And I think even for like Zednius and Grania, you know a lot less about magic, but you can compare this to things that you can cast, for instance, and know that this is not like 9th level, this isn't like 10th level, this is a level of mastery beyond like mortality. Like there's no human alive that can cast anything even remotely this complicated. So it's definitely a lot more than just a normal magical circle. To sum up all of that, it's a lot more complicated than a teleportation circle, even though that may have been the function you saw it doing. Also, it's made out of chalk, which is, I think, very notable, because most very powerful rituals have to use complicated material components like diamond and quartz and stuff like that. But this is a crutch. You use those types of very expensive materials because you can't figure out how to get the spell to work otherwise. Whoever made this figured out how to get it to work with chalk, which is a very, very like shitty material for making these types of things.
How's chalk on grass not like gone yet?
It's similar to like are you familiar with like the Sutton horse or like those big murals in England made by like Neolithic peoples?
Not really, no.
Oh, okay. Basically, the way it works is that you dig out a trench into the earth and then you fill it up with pieces of chalk. And while it eventually does get worn down and occasionally you would have to reapply it, it can remain for literal, like, actual centuries because it's just trenches filled with chalk. It's one of those things where, unless there's like a landslide or something, it's probably going to remain relatively untouched. Yeah, like the Uffington White Horse and things like this are examples of those. So,
Crazy.
while Corvus works away at this, what are the rest of you guys doing?
I'm gonna
Figure out
look
a
over
way
to
how to-
Grania. Are they normally that big?
I don't think Granny is used to seeing runes. So she'll probably just shrug.
But you can see Corvus is like absurdly excited about this. Like he's like a kid sitting in front of the coolest sports car he's ever seen.
Alex,
think
I'm gonna
about it
go
this
up
way,
and-
Maximus.
Oh, yeah. Huh? Yeah.
When I cast command, I
Okay.
say a single word in an arcane language. I say
Okay.
fall. I say
Alright.
run. Corvus casts a teleportation spell. He says, "Take me to Mythos." This is who's a prolific writer in Mythosia?
Tertullian.
This is Tertullian. This is a symphony. This is way beyond any elegant language that any of us can cast. This is more
Tertullian?
in-depth. This is more. Yes. In comparison to what we can say, if whoever wrote this is a prolific writer in arcane language.
You lost me.
He doesn't know writers.
Good one.
Whoever said
Oh,
this said millions more words than we could possibly imagine.
Is that how magic works? You just say words and things happen?
Essentially, yes.
It's a bit more than that, but I
Gonna
guess
say,
the
why
gist of it.
Why can't I just do that?
There's a bit more to it than just that, but
I'm gonna walk up to the circle and I'm gonna have a look.
Okay. So you cross the boundary into the circle itself.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
No one
cool.
told me not to.
Yeah, I mean-
no, you idiot.
Yeah, you walk inside, nothing happens. Which circle? Like, are you looking at a specific subcircle, or like the outer rim of text, or the center of it?
There's that one subcircle in front of me. I'll peer at that.
Yeah.
Like,
So
as soon as you step into the circle, Corvus just goes, "What are you doing? Stop! Get out of there!"
Okay, and I'll step back across,
You
but
have
in
no
my
idea what it's gonna do. Don't touch it.
clumsiness, I smudge some of it accidentally.
oh my god, he smudges it, Corvus. He smudges it.
I seriously think about disintegrating for a second.
Ouchie.
There's a bit of chalk on your boot now.
Ugh. I'll brush it off.
Yeah.
I'll
brave
just
of
look
you,
at him.
considering
You
you
just ruined. You remember that teleport scroll you sold? Remember how much you sold that for?
Yeah,
That's how much you
27
just
million.
smudged. That's
Wait,
how much
really?
of value and research you just smudged. Maybe more. Yes, really.
So if I collect all this chalk, I can sell it?
Not the chalk itself, the words it says.
Oh.
If you shred up a
you're-
piece of paper, the teleport scroll, if you shred it up into tiny pieces of paper, it's worthless. It's only worth something because of the words it says on it.
Maximus be
Maximus
like, so you're
waits
telling me
just-
if I kill this golden goose?
Well, it's worth something because you can do something with it, right?
Yes.
Can anyone do anything with this?
Probably. Maybe not. Maybe we don't know. You just definitely you damaged it. Maybe you just ruined part of its functionality. Whatever.
Did I smudge it any more than parts of it have already been smudged, Alex?
No, I mean the Cyclops, which originally triggered the kind of this whole thing, stepped on a whole section of it and smudged like 5 square feet of it. So
Well, yeah, I'll point. What about
Yeah.
that bit over there?
Okay.
Probably
Just
the
because somebody already. Okay. If you have 100 orphans and somebody kills 50 of them, doesn't mean you should kill the rest.
Insane analogy.
Would mending help unsmudge stuff, or is that more for like?
Mending's more for like reattaching things.
All right, Alex, I will go over to the already smudged bit and walk in it through there.
Okay. Sure.
Stop.
Hey,
there,
Maximus.
happy?
Why?
Well, Ethan, out of character, you watched that Cyclops smudge it, and then the thing activate. So
it's true, but he already smudged it and nothing happened. So checkmate, liberal.
I do remember that. That's a good point, actually. I'll stop fucking with it. It's good.
You don't want to fight the Beast of Alia right now?
Not really.
You don't want to summon the Beast of Atlia because you're an idiot.
That would be unfortunate.
All right. Well,
everyone's
Corvus,
like, stop, and he's like, ugh.
As your first wild companions discuss things. Yeah, you are able to basically translate one section. Like one of the subcircles is actually kind of simple. It's like simple enough that you actually know what it means. The rest of this is going to take you a long ass time. But this one subsection is not that dissimilar to an existing spell. It's essentially a ward of like mind shielding, kind of. So what it says, what you assume the function to be. Now, you could not cast this yourself yet. You would need to know the ritual, all that shit. But the effect roughly seems to be, if someone were to scry on this object, its true purpose and the ability to replicate it would be obscured to them by this thing. Also, if someone was afflicted with mind, basically mind altering magic, it would not impact their knowledge of this thing. Which is interesting. You've never seen anything that's quite worded that way, but it means that, for instance, if someone were to erase your memory of the last 10 minutes, they would be unable to erase your memory of this sigil. It's a very weird precaution to include because it implies that, like, there is something with the ability to remove memory of this, and you're specifically trying to prevent that. It's a weird thing to include.
I'm gonna put those specific notes in like a subsection on in my own research journal.
Yep.
I want to, because maybe you can make something pretty cool with that.
Is that like a counterspell specifically for mind shielding?
It's not really a counterspell, because counterspells are temporary effects. This is much more impressive. It's a permanent effect, and it's fixed to the rest of this circle. So, like, for example, its mind shielding only applies to knowledge of this circle. It doesn't apply to other memory modification. And the scrying thing doesn't apply to the valley, or even the creatures in it, only to this circle. It's like yeah.
It's impressive because of how specific it is.
Hyper-specific, and no magic exists that quite works like that. There are very few memory preservation spells that modern wizards have access to. That's why things like Modify Memory or certain cowls are like existentially horrifying, because there is very little counters to them once they've been used.
We still need to find out how to transport the dead body without it.
You do indeed.
Alex, have I, coincidentally, do I have experience transporting burnt corpses
you
at
do.
all?
In fact, Corvus would have a lot of experience with this too, because of his method of warfare. But,
oh yeah.
Those are charred corpses. This is not charred. This is, like, cremated.
This is pretty close to disintegrated.
Yeah, like it functionally is disintegrated. All it needs is like a strong gust of wind or one of you to touch it.
Oh yeah, another question I had about that is, like, there's something in the religious, like, script about, oh, it's super good if you die in service to the Emperor by holy fire or some shit like that?
Typically, no. I mean, dying in service to the Emperor, very much so, but in fire, not so much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There is some weird stuff about certain saints, like, burning alive and then being reincarnated, very Prometheus style, and that's sometimes seen as like a special gift from the Almighty, but that's like kind of fringe. Most sects of Aurelian soul, like Orthodox, for instance, the Orthodox sect doesn't really believe there's any benefit to being burned alive because it's not being given in a religious offering. It's like a horrible fate, and it hurts a lot.
That's just really comfy.
Yeah, but burning yourself alive in like a holy brazier, that's different because that purifies your soul.
You should tell Prometheus.
I'll look at Corvus. What's that one spell you got that can like clean clothes and such?
Oh, prestidigitation.
Yeah, if we poked her, could you prestidigitation her back into that form?
I'll cock my head sideways. Probably not. It's like if you had a bowl of sand and you blew into it, could I replicate the exact positioning of the sand? The answer is probably no. I don't think I'm quite precise enough.
Oh, what about that one that can like fix glasses and like broken bridle straps and such?
Mending?
Yeah, can you do that?
I can do that.
Yeah,
I don't know if
that
that
work?
I can't do that. Oh, wait, can I actually?
Yeah, but would it work?
I don't think it would work, but also I don't have a mesh sheet.
She's already atomized. I think what you'd be looking for is the realm of like a reanimation spell.
Yeah, we'd be looking at absurdly high level reanimation to bring somebody back from this.
No, not bring her back from the dead. I'm just saying put the body back together if it disintegrates.
It's already. Okay, so that works if something's in two pieces, but I think she's literal dust, meaning she's in like a million different pieces.
A very accurate description. She is literal dust.
Well,
oh,
that
man.
seems silly. I'm sure someone's figured out how many pieces something can be in before it's too many pieces.
How long do you want to be here? Because I'm sure we could figure it out if we have a few hundred years.
Maxim is gonna like backwardsly derive the atom to try to figure out how to mend a corpse.
Dude, Maximus is like that guy who just sits on a beanbag chair and just tells you shit to it. And he's like, why don't you put a camera in that phone, bro?
True, he's right though. They should do that.
Make it so that instead of buttons, you just touch the screen, bro.
Yo.
Why don't you just make it smaller?
I'm
this guy's
just
cooking.
Make it flatter.
I'm just too far ahead of my time, okay?
True. In 100 years, they'll be like, damn, why didn't we just count every grain of sand in the entire beach?
It was so obvious the entire time.
I don't think there's any way we get that body back then.
No, I don't think so.
Well, what's wrong with it? I can't. What's hard about bringing it back?
Well, if you
bringing it back in a state where it's a body and not a sack of dust.
Could you not just do the sketch thing and then we just bring back a sack of dust?
You know what? I have an idea. And I'll cast sending. To the Master of Judges.
Okay, sure, Kato.
And I'll say, we've arrived at the circle. Body is tantamount to disintegrated. Circle and location are way different than we thought. Should we bring back ash, dust? Like a question mark?
Yeah.
Apply question mark?
Hoard everything you can. Bring back the body in dust if you must. Make sure your account is very, very detailed.
Zednius, what about that bag of
Well, we just said if we
storing?
move her at all, it'll make her go dust mode.
How wide can the bag open?
Not wide enough to fit. I don't think it's like a regular bag, right?
Yeah, I think it's like, I'm pretty sure it says in the item description because of people trying to abuse it. I think it's like 18 inches or something.
I don't think the problem is getting her in the bag. It's getting.
No, it's her.
everybody
Like, yeah,
else
you're just
out.
gonna end up pouring her out. Yeah, it's 24 inches is the maximum it can stretch.
Do we want to use
I mean-
a different bag, or are we fine with the
I mean,
bag of holding?
Are you 2 feet wide, Alex? Or
I mean, at my shoulders? I don't know, actually. I'd have to measure it. It's probably pretty close.
it's about.
I
let's
think
see.
so, yeah.
I guess I think I'm like 10 inches from the edge of my shoulder to the center of my chest.
I don't know
Yeah,
how wide
but
my hand
18
is.
inches means like it's flat, right? Or is it 18-inch diameter?
No, it's 24 inch
Also,
diameter.
is she lying down perfectly flat with her arms on her
No,
chest?
unfortunately, she is not.
All right, well, that nukes that.
No, she's curled into a ball because she was getting burned alive. Well, I mean, he said you could take
what
back
if,
dust, so...
What if we? That's how do I make this not sound weird? Put water on the body. Would it not help it sort of clump and like stay together?
I think that would be worse because.
Or would it just sort of all wash away?
I mean, then we're probably combining her with mud.
Yeah, that's probably true.
The best thing we could do is scoop her as much as possible into the bag,
Fuck.
and then hopefully we can dump her.
But if I trade it, like we have to dump. I don't know how dumping out of the bag works.
Well, it's gonna be all... It's just gonna
Does
be
she
all
count
dusty.
as a creature right
Is it
now?
gonna dump all of my things out?
Does she count as a creature and object right now?
He's an object for sure.
I mean, I'm sure one of us has an extra bag.
Yeah, we can like wrap her up in my tent or something.
It really sucks that we're talking about a person like this. Like, Prometheus is definitely not, but every time we talk about it, like, I am physically wincing, just being like, man, this,
Oh, okay.
this is brutal.
Just wrap her up in a tent. Yeah. Anyone got a spare water skin?
Would you say she's in a 10 feet cube? She would fit in a 10 feet cube, right?
I'd say so, yeah.
All right, I have a tent.
Okay.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna put the tent on the floor, just the top of it, and then we're gonna slowly move her onto the tent, so that we're carrying her like on the tent, like she was a body on a stretcher, right? And then we're gonna hold the tent, one person on each side, and then I'm going to teleport us back to Mythos, to a teleportation circle I have a glyph to, which means there's absolutely no risk.
What about the horses?
We'd have to split the group. The rest of the party would have to come by horses to get the horses back. So I'm willing to leave them behind, to be honest.
I'd rather just stay with the horses.
Well, it would just have to be me and one more person.
Oh. Alex, what were you saying about a water skin?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say if one of you guys had a spare water skin, just shove all of her ashes in there. It's a watertight container, so it should hold all the ashes in place. They'd be a bit soggy, but like, you know.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a water skin.
well, there you go. It's just not like right now. It's holding shape because it hasn't been heavily disrupted. But if you actually compressed all the ash and dust and stuff into like a tight space, it wouldn't be bigger than like an urn. So it could probably fit in your water skin. Plus, to be honest, I think for those of you who know about like resurrection magic, this feels kind of like a fool's errand because you can't resurrect ash. The only way to bring something like this back would be true resurrection, which doesn't require a body in the first place. So, yeah.
Well, nothing to do except do it then, I guess.
You walk on over and you start scooping it up.
Well, no, let's try and get the tent under her, I suppose.
Well,
Okay.
if we're just giving up on teleporting her, then we might as
why
well
not?
just carry her bag in a bag. Well, if you're
Oh
saying
wait,
it's a full
you can just teleport her like without picking her up.
she'd have to be carried by somebody. I can teleport people, but but in the state she's in right now, she's an object, which means she'd have to be carried by one of the people I'm teleporting.
Could you just touch her?
Would that count as me carrying something if I touch it?
No, that would
Yeah,
mean if
no,
you're like
I don't
leaning
think so.
against a building, you'd teleport a building if someone got teleported.
Yeah,
I'd
I
have
feel,
to
like
have,
we,
like,
I
the
feel like we had
actual-
this conversation in Dwarf Campaign, Blake, where Ethan would try to like cheese stuff with Von Dy's teleportation, be like, okay, I hold this thing in my hands. It's like, that's not enough. It needs to be like fully held by your weight. You can't be doing that.
I think it's because we came across
that
like a
sounds
huge
about right.
gem, and we were all like, "Oh my god, this will change dwarfdom. How do we bring it back?" And Ethan was
Yeah,
like,
there's
"No,
probably
I could just
something like
like
that.
touch it and then like teleport it."
Yeah, I was like, I don't know about that one.
Drop it on me, and in the second that I am supporting its weight for 1 microsecond, teleport
Unfortunately,
back.
teleport takes 6 seconds to get.
Just gotta time it really well, I guess.
Yeah, or you
I'm
get
pretty sure
crushed
that's
to death.
exactly what you said, and then Ben
really
was like,
funny.
"No, wait, like we could figure this out." So like,
Yeah. Well, I think
Shit.
we
Well,
have a plan on how to
alright.
get her body back, but regardless, Corvus needs at least another, like the rest of the day, basically, to finish copying this ward. So,
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you guys
Ugh.
better like find a way to make camp nearby.
I lie down on the ground.
Well, I was thinking in a
I'll
thinking in
I'll
a
go
less
over somewhere else.
obvious way in case whatever the Beast of Atlia is comes back. But I guess that
Maximus
works.
is already asleep.
He's so talented.
Nice to know he hasn't moved past the Galentine Wars.
You never do.
Home sweet home.
Well, the rest of you guys putter around the gorge for the rest of the day. Grania, you and the Fluttering One kind of enjoy the pond. The Fluttering One, still invisible, like swims beneath the surface of the pond. Has a bit of fun there. And Corvus, the more that it's one of those things where even looking at it, you knew this was beyond you, but the more that you begin to transcribe individual phrases, you realize just how like truly beyond you this is. This is not like there are famous mages from the past that have very like potent reputations in Valeros. There are spells handed down by them, but this is not even like that. Like it's stronger than any spell you have ever observed. I'll put it that way. And not even in like its ability, it's more so in the complexity of it. You're pretty certain that there's no arcane expert in Mythdosia that would be able to like read this and instantly understand it. You'd probably need like even some of the strongest mages in the world may take like a decent chunk of time to process what they're even looking at.
But I don't care about translating it as fast as possible right now. Right now, I care about
transcribing it as accurately as possible. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. There are a few areas where their smudges make it impossible, which is a really heart-wrenching thing because you will never be able to fully copy this ward. It just isn't possible. But you can get pretty damn close in most areas. And I think as the evening begins to fall, and a light rain happens. You also see another feature of this, which is chalk is really fucking dry, and so it's a bit water absorbent, which actually has a kind of almost self-healing property, because areas where the thing was smudged, the loose chalk gets washed away, but the dense chalk that forms these troughs kind of expands as it absorbs water and kind of restores the original image a little bit.
I guess I'll use my tent to set up so the what's it called? The paper doesn't get wet.
Yeah, and you can actually, like, what the giant did, that's never getting repaired. Like, that Cyclops permanently marred that section of the circle, but the section that Maximus stepped on, that fully, like, repairs itself. It's a very clever low-tech design, and it really is low-tech. Like, this was done with, like, shovels, trowels, and chalk. That's it. That's all the stuff that was required.
I think I'll burn a prayer to Aurelian Sol just to thank.
Yeah, I mean,
thank
something
him
like
for
this has to be
preserving
divinely
something as
inspired.
important as this.
Yeah. Finally, though, when the evening finally has come, and the rest of you have puttered about the valley, kind of just filling the air, Corvus, it's done. It's a 9-page diorama of this massive sigil. It's as accurate as you can get it.
Now we'll that parchment, I'm gonna put it in the most safe place I have. I'm gonna put it between the pages of my spell book, which is in a pouch that is watertight.
Okay, and you lacquer the pages before you put them in there, so they're like rock solid. Okay, are we spending the night here, or are we teleporting back?
I think we're teleporting back.
I'm not.
Well, what if some of you grabbed the horses and we just teleported all of us back?
Okay.
Well, Maximus, who do you take along with you to go grab the horses?
Wants to come?
I'll go.
All right. Prometheus and Maximus, the two of you stroll through the valley. At night, it takes on a creepier character. And now, Prometheus's eyes actually are just like lanterns in the valley. With his eyesight, you can spot the broken tree limbs of the Cyclops passing through here. And eventually get back to Oviocella. The town is as you left it. And you can recover the horses. Maximus, you can mount back up on the Pegasus and fly back while... Prometheus takes the...
No, I won't.
No,
I won't abandon him like that. No.
All right. Then the two of you guys clop side by side through the valley and the gorge. And by the time...
It's kind of uncomfortable. Well, uncomfortable, but it's weird knowing exactly what knowing you know what I'm looking at all times.
That's probably a good point.
Yeah. Because whatever is lighting up, you know for a fact I'm looking at.
Yeah, is it like spotlights, or is it more of just like
car headlights?
Okay, so it's a pretty wide field.
It is pretty wide, but like, for example, when he turns to look at you after he made that observation, the path ahead of you goes dark, and your face like just gets covered with light.
Oh yeah.
Like he has an IRL vision cone.
I'll say, you had a pretty good, I don't know what you all do. Father, was it Hyperion or Rixion, Alex, that made the mega nuke?
Rixion.
It was Rixion.
Rixion, I saw do it once. It was, you hit something and you imbue the power of Aurelian Sol and it makes a giant flash of light.
Yes. This small... Yes.
Is that what you all call it? Yeah, it's really cool. I'm just getting a bit tired of getting flashbanged by it.
Well, when you're fighting for your life, the only thing you can do is just infuse someone with as much destructive power as possible until they are annihilated.
Yeah, that'd do it, I suppose.
That'd do it.
That's how Ada did it.
And that's how Ada did it. Well, I much prefer to sucking someone into a endless void and having them disappear for all eternity.
It's very convenient. You didn't see when we were in the Deadwood. I don't know what happened. Maybe the creatures were just weak enough, but he got about 20 or 25 of them all in the circle, and about 6 seconds, almost all of them got sucked.
That is horrifying.
Well, they were
Does he
horrifying.
know where they?
Well, I don't know.
Do you
You
know
were
where
there.
it goes?
Yeah, that's why I asked him. I have no idea. Granted, wherever it is, there's nothing there but liquid, bits of like ground and trees and like broken twigs.
Have you been there? How do you know this? Is that? Oh, he probably
Well,
just told
I mean,
you
it's
that.
no, it's a tiny little point. People who get sucked in there get like liquefied.
True. Well, it's not like liquefied. It's more like noodles.
I mean, have you seen how small? You've seen how small the point is. Imagine if you got sucked through that. How would you look like
Right.
coming out on the other end?
Well, I don't know. All I see is the people going in, and they don't turn to water. They turn into a very long thing. Toothpaste.
I mean, maybe.
Wait, is that even invented? Toothpaste? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, well, it'd be called, like, I think toothpaste has existed for a long time, but it wasn't called paste. It was called, like, tooth powder, I think is what it was called. Anyways.
I don't know, but
I don't want to linger
sucked-
on that too long.
fair enough.
You guys return to the gorge, and Zednius and Granny are helping Corvus bundle up the ashes. And Corvus, you can only teleport like 7 people, right?
Let me check.
8 people, maybe?
Well, we got 5 people, 5 horses.
8 willing creatures.
Well,
That's the
well,
5
it's,
of us
you
plus
and
3
8.
horses.
Yeah. Well, it's 4 horses, but yeah.
Oh, yeah,
That's
right,
one
it's
horse
just-
getting
it's-
left
it's-
behind.
But it's 5 of us, right? Yeah, it's 5
Yeah.
of us.
Yeah.
Plus 3 horses.
Well, it's you
How
and
far
8 willing
away?
creatures, so it's a 9 creatures. in
Oh,
total.
I'm stupid. I can't read.
That's fine.
How
I
far
guess,
is this
yeah.
place away from Mythos?
It's about. That's a great question, actually. I think it's like 20 miles.
Wait, the Pegasus, can't it just fly?
I think that's why Blake's
I'm
asking.
trying
It's 30 miles from
Yeah.
Mythos.
to.
Oh,
I can only.
is that it? I mean,
Yeah.
shit, I'll just fly it there.
Work.
Take
Well, it's
like,
probably less risky if it flies without you, you know?
I mean, how?
I could just tell it to fly to Mythos.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think it's intelligent enough for that.
I mean, I also just want to fly on it. That's cool as
mean,
fuck.
He wants to now.
You're flying-
Checkmate, liberal.
You're flying around dragon territory. You sure?
Alleged
Flew
dragon
up here.
territory.
Alleged dragon territory, liberal. All right.
I'm just saying, you've not seen a dragon.
And you haven't seen.
Alright, just tell it to go back to Mythos, I guess. You know, never let me have any fun.
I mean, you can if you want to. It's
I was
like-
pouting right
No,
now.
no. You've
I
ruined it
hate
now.
Joe. You're not my real mom.
All right. I will. I guess Professor X put my finger on my forehead and just in my mind go Mythos.
Yeah, the Pegasus lifts up and begins to fly. Oh, I guess Maximus gets off and takes his saddle, and then, then the thing begins to fly. All right, and Corvus, you teleport.
Yes.
It's
Finally, I get to use it.
yeah, it's a weirdly casual thing. All Corvus says is, is a couple of words in the arcane script, and then a moment later, all of you feel hurtling through your stomachs as you feel yourself transposed to a new location. Some of you experience teleportation sickness worse than others. I think Maximus would probably have it the worst. But as promised,
Well, I was gonna let's see here.
Yeah?
Let me
Chug
Bink.
some milk of the poppy.
ooh. Well, yeah. I don't throw up, but
Huge. You all appear on a 50-foot by 50-foot wooden platform south of Mythos in a farmer's field that's been completely tilled of soil. There's no one on duty here because it's just if you were trying to invade Mythos, it would be a terrible place to teleport. And the city walls are 300 feet away. There's a couple patrolmen who see you guys appear on top of the platform. And we will deal with the return of the body and any future tasks and figuring out what this sigil's deal is next time on Pax Mithdosica. Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.